Alright, hello everybody. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. Hope y'all are doing well. We're back. Some more Remnant today. The plan originally was to do some Elden Ring co-op this morning. Randomizer co-op, that is, with Charlie, but her other plans, well, they didn't so much get in the way so much as just she was super tired afterwards. But we've basically rescheduled for tomorrow, so I think that's probably when we're going to do that, and then possibly the rest of the week as well. I'm not 100% sure if we'll do every day, but yeah, if you're interested in seeing the Elden Ring randomizer, item and enemy randomizer co-op with Charlie Bitme and myself, tune in for that probably tomorrow, maybe Thursday and Friday as well, possibly some over the weekend. I have no idea. If there's any days we don't do it, I'll probably, like, if I can, try to squeeze in some more Remnant here around the usual time. But with Elden Ring, we always start, like, about 4 hours earlier from now. Anyways. So, let's continue with some Remnant. Here we go. I don't really know exactly how far into the game I am. I assume a ways into it at this point. I haven't exactly hit, like, an ending or anything. But it seems like my understanding is just kind of like, there's probably going to be quite a bit of stuff I can also do in, like, adventure mode or whatever that only appears there, or at least can appear there if you don't get it in your regular campaign. Skewer, how's it going? Welcome in. Are you going to play Remnant 2? Yeah, I think so. At least that's the plan. I've been enjoying this quite a bit. This is my first experience with Remnant. I didn't play the oh shoot, what was the other game? Chronos. I didn't even know that Chronos was a like that this game was a sequel to Chronos. So I have no experience with that game either, but basically I picked up this game to play it now. Like I've actually had it for a while. Like I got it for free on Epic, but I actually repurchased it on Steam just because I prefer using Steam anyways. And I wanted to get the DLC stuff, so I figured I might as well just get the whole bundle on Steam. But yeah, the plan is, because I liked what I saw about Remnant 2, I figured I'd check this out, and if I like it, I'll also get Remnant 2, which I'm definitely liking this so far, so I am planning on getting Remnant 2 when it comes out. I don't know if I'll play it immediately on release. It's going to depend on what I've got going on at the time. But I am looking forward to it, and I'm possibly going to try to do some co-op in that one. Maybe we'll even revisit this for co-op 2 at some point, because I'm doing a solo playthrough on hard for my first playthrough here, which has been challenging but fun. Also, Anne, ShadowX, how's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're also doing well. Yeah, I think that that explains it all. Chronos was originally a VR title. Yeah, I did hear that that it was originally VR. But I guess it's not, or rather that there's a non-VR version of it now. So I guess my curiosity is, like, is Chronos a first-person shooter or something? I don't know if it has anywhere near the same kind of, like, gameplay, but it seems like the easiest way to, to change from VR to not VR would be to still keep, like, a similar perspective. So I'm assuming it's first person, but I don't know. Did they redesign it to be third person? More like a Souls clone. So okay. So is it third person then? Perfect distraction from a boring workday. Hey, glad I could help. I have been there many times, for sure. Um, it's third person in VR. How does that work? I'm so used to VR being first person. I don't really know if I've thought of a game being done in third person in VR. Weird. Anyway. Fixed camera view Resident Evil style. Okay. Why did they make it VR then? I haven't seen the game, so maybe it makes perfect sense. It just seems to me like part of the appeal usually to play in VR is to be able to physically kind of see through the eyes of your character, or at least that first person perspective, like directly hooked up in front of your eyeballs. um, as though you are experiencing the virtual reality yourself. But I guess if you're kind of like an observing viewpoint, that's still cool in VR. So it's not like it doesn't make any sense to me. It's just I don't think I've ever heard of a game specifically doing third person in VR before. I feel like they almost always do first person. But that's cool. Um, yeah, I might check out Chronos at some point after all this, just to see if it's worth playing and or doing a full playthrough of it. But yeah, the next one, you know, if I play another one of these, it'll be Remnant 2, which, like I said, I am definitely planning on checking out for sure. And quite possibly, or I'm leaning towards, if I can set, if I've got enough interested people that we can get a reliable schedule going with, I'd kind of like to potentially do that one in co-op. Not because I don't enjoy doing the solo playthrough. I think that this is a lot of fun, but obviously these games are slightly more balanced around co-op, and it gives you a little bit more flexibility on what you can kind of do with your build, your class, etc., to kind of like operate as a team. So I feel like it would be fun. And I think if I did play with other people, I'm kind of leaning towards playing like the Challenger class, I believe it's called, which is it's basically just the melee build of this game, but like as a class. Just because it might be cool to switch it up to playing, you know, as more of a melee build instead of just a ranged build sort of deal, but we'll see. Gunslinger and Challenger would be my first two picks, but I also wouldn't necessarily be opposed to playing either of the other two classes with a group. All right, so let's see. We were on Yaisha. I think. Let's see. We came back after we did one of the dungeons. It popped us back out next to the stuck merchant. I think there was one other dungeon we didn't do in the Scalding Glade. That sounds right. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to go check because now I'm kind of misremembering. I guess Oculus sponsored the development, so that's the reason. Oh. Okay. Well, that makes more sense. Or no, wait. Maybe it was the Western one that we didn't do, although it's not flashing. So maybe we did do all of this. Okay, let me go check the other one, because I know that the other one should have another path we haven't done. I just thought that we didn't do one here too, but I must have done it. Take me here, I guess. Alright, these guys like to just spawn right next to you when you travel here for whatever reason. Oh, he dodged. Oh, don't hit the merchant. Okay. Good thing you can't. I gotta get my bearings down here again. Get headshot. Alright. Warming up. There we go. Yeah, so the way straight up is what we haven't done, but then there's some map unexplored to the southwest, and I don't know if we can go there, but we might want to just check first. Just in case. Hey, Saz, how's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Let's bring out the good boy for a little bit. Because of your elevation, I can't pet you apparently, but just simulate some pets here. There you go. Oops.
Crap.
Yeah, fuck him up, good boy. Alright. Now, let's see. Is there any sort of like little side path around here? It looks like there might be. Good boy looks a little bit confused, so I think we'll give him a hand there. I think we just didn't try going this way at all. So let's see what's this way. Kind of walk into that one.
Oh, it's over.
Hey Anna, done with chores, so now I can come chill. All right, good to hear it. Hope you're having a good one so far. Going good. For some reason, I'm currently writing Sage X Reader fanfic for Ari. You know, just a normal day. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. It looks like there's some items up here we might have missed too, unless it's just stuff that got dropped from our dog getting kills, but we can go check real fast before we head onward. This is, okay, never mind, it's just some forged iron. Nothing super special. Let's see. I don't remember exactly how aggressive the fall damage is, so I don't want to just, like, jump off at the highest point here in case it would hurt pretty bad. Because I know there is some. Didn't seem like the fall damage was, like, overly aggressive, but it's definitely present. As far as what I can remember anyways. Day is going well? Good, good. Alright. This looks like the place that I came out of before. I hope the map didn't just, like, randomly kind of glitch on me and become unexplored, but it's flashing, so I guess it's just like an identical entrance. They also make these little waterways explorable, but they don't seem to put anything in them. Which is kind of an odd choice, because I mean, I'm all for some exploration and scenery, but, like, having the means to come up here if you fell down is one thing, but if there's no reason to go down there and therefore fall down there, I'm not sure why you wouldn't just close it off. Just have the bridge here and just, like, show that there's waterways down there instead. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of in the camp of, like, it's good to be able to, like, go anywhere that you can see, but there should generally be a reason to do that too. You know, and not just be like, oh, here's a bunch of cool looking stuff, but it's entirely empty, so there's no real reason to go there. All right, let's see what this dungeon has in store. I know that we've fought some bosses already. Let's bring out the good boy again. Let him give us a hand here. Slightly late there. Just go around. How's it going there, good boy? Oh, good. We're hurt and dying. We're gonna need a lot more of that. Climb this? No. Can I get in there normally is the question. Maybe from the other side over here. Yes, okay. Sick. I hope that the handler dog in the sequel is every bit as much of a good boy, but that he barks like just a little bit less. So one thing about this, oh my god, what was that shot? It's terrible. The one thing about summons in this game is like they have a tendency to be like really just, they just make a lot of noise. They're not overly loud or anything, but and I guess to some degree you're just like, well, it's good for it to make noise because then you know it's always, you know that it's there. Oops, apparently I didn't reload. Get him, good boy. Yeah, fuck him up. Is there another one? Another elite? Maybe the explosive guy didn't count as an elite. I thought he would, but there was no sound cue. But yeah, it's good to have like, you know, like ongoing ambient noise or something for your summons for you to just know that they're there, so you don't always have to like keep track of a meter or something like ticking down to know when they're about to run out. I mean, with the dog, because I have it on the sniper rifle, it comes back quickly enough that I can just resummon it pretty frequently anyways, as long as I keep using the sniper rifle. Hey, Dr. Grossly. It's Dark Souls, but bang bang, pretty much. Or at least kind of, anyway. How's it going? I hope you're having a good one. Welcome in. But yeah, like, the skulls, for example, when they're just chilling around, they just kind of make, like, little, I don't know, skull noises. They just sort of like make little groaning kind of noises, and it's not overly like annoying at all. Because it's like, it's not particularly loud. It's, you know, if anything, it could be a little distracting because you might think it's like a monster nearby, because they do sound like monsters, because they are, I guess. But when they're fighting, they screech constantly, and it's just like, it you know, eventually just gets a little old, you know. The dog, on the other hand, like, the noises he makes are less annoying, but he also just never stops making them. Like, he's just constantly barking. Oop, stuck there. And then just keep strafing to the left there. Oh, there's a guy up there, I guess. Oh shit. Ah, crap. wish you could knock these guys' helmets off. Alright, we got a little bit. We went a little too risky there and almost paid for it, but we're good, we're good. Dog do some panting and other dog noises while not fighting. Yeah, I think that would be fine, just because the fact that he's barking all the time kind of makes it sound like there's always enemies around. Like, because you'd think that he would bark when he detects enemies. You seem a little stuck there, bud. Alright, at least we're getting lots of iron. I think we might have okay, just the one. I thought maybe we had a couple of trait points, but that gets us Executioner up to 10. I think ultimately we're kind of going to want to max these out, but I think I might stop at 10 for now and just start getting some Kingslayer. And then maybe we'll spread some other stuff out here. Invoker would obviously make our dog even better. 10 or eventually 20% extra damage for the dog certainly isn't going to hurt anything. Triage could also be useful. At least for, like, the other forms of healing that we're using. I mean, it would make the Dragon Heart better, too. It's just that the Dragon Heart already heals a ton. I don't think it's actually, like, a straight-up full heal. I thought it was at first, but I think it doesn't quite do that much. But with that, like, fully maxed out, it probably would be a full heal, even if I, like, had all of the Vigor trait leveled up. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. There must be some more boys over that way. I know I heard something. But yeah, just some generic puppy noises, some happy panting. The growls are fine, honestly, like those little growls that he's doing. Yeah, let's go Kingslayer next. Like, if mechanically it was trying to make it like, oh, well, he actually only does bark when there's enemies nearby, and it's just that there's, you know, because there's enemies in the dungeon that he's just always kind of detecting but not close enough to fully aggro to, then he just never stops barking. If that were the case and they just needed to, like, fine-tune it or something, that would be, like, fine. Just so he's not always barking. But really, like, you know, I still find the dog, like, a lot less annoying to hear. But, like, yeah, see, I mean, the dog does so much damage already. Like, I can totally understand why people would do, like, summon builds in this game. Especially with, like, Invoker maxed out, it just seems like your summons would do, like, crazy amounts of damage. Is there more off the side of this, or just this? It's just some stairs to nowhere. This must be a thing. Oh. I wonder if this is for the song. Crap. I had a feeling we might have to memorize the song that the dude was singing, but I don't know how I would do that without like recording it, honestly, because there's no way I was gonna remember all that, especially after like a day. If that ends up actually being what that puzzle is, I may have to look it up. I don't really want to go. I don't especially want to go back to the pan flute guy and then have to redo this whole dungeon. I mean, I guess I don't. Well, no, that's just a little checkpoint. Oops, sorry, buddy. It's alright, he's okay. We can always just resummon him. He'll be totally good as new. The fact that there's like friendly fire with your summons makes me wonder if there's friendly fire at all by default in co-op. I would kind of hope that there isn't, because especially if you're playing with someone in melee, it seems like it would be really difficult to not shoot them half the time. If it's a setting, that's fine. I don't mind just, you know, having it as an option, but I wouldn't want to be like playing as the melee focused dude and just constantly getting shot by my teammates. Not because their aim is bad, but just because there's so much chaos happening that it would just be hard not to hit your teammate, especially if you're using like, you know, a coach gun or anything with any spread. Or if just something happens to kind of dodge out of the way and your melee teammate just happens to be kind of on the other side of an enemy and that enemy dodges and you just end up shooting your teammate. Just seems a little rough. All right, we've done the full loop here. Let me go check this out. I don't really want to look up a puzzle, but I may have to if this is a thing, because I remember there being bells next to the flute guy, but I didn't really pay attention to the song he was making. It didn't really look like the bells were really interacting with the way he was singing, but maybe I could have like shot them to see or something, like what they would do. But like if this was a bigger checkpoint, I wouldn't worry about it at all, because we could just warp to both, but I don't think we can do that here. Although maybe it'll let us, if we go to the pan flute guy, it'll let us return to this checkpoint. I know you can do that from the ward. I just don't know if you can do that from the medium crystals or not. We can always try, I guess. Sound puzzles, man. Actually, no, we can't even teleport to the pan flutist anyway from here, can we? Nope, we can only go to the ward. Only these symbols meant something to me. I think I may have to look this one up. Hold on, there's some... Nope, never mind. There's nothing here. I guess, we could do the due diligence. Like, it's not gonna be hard to get back to this place. Yeah, alright, screw it. Let's do it let's do it for real. Oh wait, there's a thing here, the red doe. So as the Pan sailed upon the dark sea, that treacherous ocean devoid of both star and moon, 721 ships sought out new shores. Upon finding it, the Vaunt prostrated themselves upon the land and begged the Guardian for a sign. The number of Vaunt was 1,633. They prayed and fasted for 80 days while the Pan waited anxiously aboard their ships. On the 80th day, the Vaunt witnessed a startling vision. A red doe emerged from the depths of the jungle, touched its nose to the ground, and disappeared back into the shadows. It was a blessed sign, proof they had escaped the plague that had killed so many beyond the sea. They named this world Yaisha, Kin Mother, and declared it to be the new home of the Pan. Not long after, a young red widow by the name of Ginas fell deeply ill, her skin corrupted by the very sickness that had ravaged the Pan's homeworld. Fearing the plague would spread, Ginas' sister refused her funerary rites and instead wrapped in fragrant cloth and left her in the jungle to die alone. Days later, mourning for the widow in full swing, Ginas emerged from the jungle alive and strong. She was cured, she knew not how, yet she spoke of a vision that would mean the salvation of all Pan. So that's the immortality stuff. I don't assume any of the numbers represented here have anything to do with the puzzle. I mean, they could. But obviously it's not like, you know, these things, these are just symbols. They don't have like numbers on them or anything. If each symbol like actually was like a specific like number of symbols, that would maybe be different, but that seems like it could just be lore. It might be significant, but all right. Well, as slow as it may be. Oh, you dick. We're gonna backtrack. Actually, we don't need to backtrack like this. Let's excuse you? What? Oh, he's there. Okay. I thought I was getting shot from the other side for a second there. It just looked weird. Alright, now we'll teleport to Ward 13, then we'll teleport again to the Pan Flutus. We'll try to figure out what we can over there, then we'll make our way back here. May have to like put some stuff into chat though to help me remember. We'll see. I kind of wish it would just let you teleport to any of the major crystals and not just Ward 13 from the little ones. It's fine to not be able to teleport back. And I get that would kind of break that system if you were able to just go there, since you can do the return to checkpoint from here. Okay, before we leave, let's make some upgrades too. Don't have much money. I feel like I'm not getting a lot of scrap. That's the one thing about the jungle, is that it feels like the enemies well, the enemies aren't dropping tons, and there's not a lot of things to break.
What do you need?
At least it feels that way. Let's see, galvanized stuff. So we could get you to 16. I think we can do that for all three of them, so we should go ahead. Just enough. There we go. Just enough money and all that for that. That pretty much drains everything that we have, though, so that's going to be all we do right now. We do still need to upgrade that hunter's chest piece so we can switch up our style a little bit here. All right. Now to the pan flautist. See if I can figure out this dude's song here. See, the same bells are here. Maybe he'll tell me more about it now.
Welcome back, Baxultek. Again we speak when we should be listening. I can do no more than I am. I can do no more. The Baxultek may be wise, but it is not safe.
This is why they give you the bells here, so you can try to recreate it listening while you're listening. I just wish I didn't have to shoot them. Wow. Oh, okay. We can do that here. I didn't realize that we also could do this here. I guess that makes... So the bells are actually... They have a purpose here. So there was middle and then these two. And middle and then those two. So I guess we'll try the same thing in the other place. But I don't know if it's going to be the same. Oh, we should talk to him. Part of the wolf, is that what that said it was? Increases max stamina by 25 and movement speed by 10. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to use it right now, but...
Welcome back, Buck. The Buxel deck may be
else to say.
wise, but it is not safe.
Alright, cool. Let's make our way back to the other one then. That was at least easy. I just don't know if the other one is going to be the same tune or not, but... Hopefully it's at least simple to figure out if it's not. So we need to go back to the stuck... Wait. I think it was the stuck merchant, and then we went down to the southwest. This is some Zelda shit, though, yeah. You right. You right. Yeah, so the one to the southwest... No elite this time? Oh, there he is. See, the thing that's interesting about the dog is that he always seems to aim for their head. Like, he's just biting, but he always seems to make headshots, which is good because he constantly does weak spot damage, although it's less useful against these guys because they have helmets, so he doesn't do as much damage as he normally would. Did drop some goods for me over here. We need scrap. Give me all you got. I guess the enemies at least drop, like, enough. It's not tons, but... I just feel like in some of the previous worlds, like Earth especially, there'd just be, like, so many things to break. And granted, back then we were also wearing, like, at least the adventurer pants, I think. I don't think we were wearing other pieces of it for very long, but we were getting that little bit of extra bonus cash. Was at least useful. Man, he even like attacks instantly when he's summoned too. So good. Such a good puppy. Alright. Cisco's gonna think I'm talking about him, but that's okay because he's a good puppy too. He's just snoozing. Snoozing next to me. Alright, let's go. Now, obviously, they put a checkpoint right in front of those bells, so there has to be something there. They wouldn't put the bells there if there wasn't at least a puzzle to solve for an item or for it to potentially open up another way. Like, that's the interesting thing is, like, they put a checkpoint there, which almost makes me feel like it'll open, like, a path to a boss or something, although usually they just put another checkpoint in if that was the case, like, after you go through a door. So I don't know if it's going to maybe summon something. That seems like probably not what's going to happen, but who knows. Yeah, these guys can be headshot, although it doesn't really... Yeah, there you go. Widow's Vestry. Let's call it Widow's Vestry. Alright, we just want to make a beeline to there. I guess it doesn't really matter which direction we go. Really? All that and you miss? Headshotting these enemies sometimes is like, it's tricky because, you know, like you kind of have to almost aim for the horns a little bit, but then anytime you shoot them, like their head will bob, or just in general, they'll try to dodge. It can be difficult to do consistently, which I guess makes it like useful to sometimes use like the more powerful sidearms, as long as you're consistently hitting with them and they're upgraded, of course. Because then, you know, you only gotta like shoot the one time. Of course, stuff like the sniper rifle obviously will make a difference too. Really just anything powerful, but I just mean like for an argument to use something other than the repeater pistol. You don't feel like attacking that guy? Okay, here you go. Now. Really felt like that should have hit you, but it definitely will. I'm a little bit of a rush. Talk is killing everyone. Yeah, I mean, just imagine if we had Invoker on him too, though. Like, if our Invoker skill was maxed out, he'd just be really fucking shit up. It's not like it's gonna be double damage or anything. It's like 20% extra, but even so, like, that still seems kind of crazy to me. He doesn't need a pup grade. He doesn't need it? Like, that's definitely true. Oh. Um, but he'll still be like extra powerful with it.
Ah, shit!
Practically took out that elite all by yourself, bud. All right. He ran up ahead. I guess he had plans to make somebody dinner. That might be all of them now. Good job, buddy. Alright, let's rest at the checkpoint just in case we get, like, teleported into something. It looks like it's just going to be like another, you know, little underground chamber with a treasure, but who knows? It's just interesting that they put a checkpoint at this end. Maybe just so you can get out of here quickly or something, I don't know. Alright, let's see if it's the same. I think these are oriented the same way. Come on. Let me try that again. Let me just back up, might be a little easier to aim. Oh wait, I skipped one. Alright, so it's not the same. 721 ships sought out new shores. One 633. If there were 7 bells, that would maybe make sense, just as like a sequence. If you were just reading them left to right, like 7, 2, 1, 1, 6, 3, 3, you know. 80 days. That could be, and then on the 80th day, which could mean 8-8 instead of just 8. But I don't know that these numbers mean anything. I might have to look this one up. I'm not really sure that this one makes any sense. You know, I don't think this would require, like, musical knowledge. I would hope not. But I'm like, the symbols I don't think really seem decipherable in any sort of way to say, like, oh, this is obviously representative of this number or whatever. Is there anything else around here to read? Sometimes they make notes a little bit hard to see. Sometimes there's like little plaques you can read, and then there's, you know, little notebooks like that. But I haven't seen anything else. Just this. I don't know. It feels like this would likely pertain to the puzzle here. What the fuck? Okay. It just fell. Nothing different on the bells that I can tell aside from the symbols on the front of them. There's no numbers anywhere. There's not enough of them to represent numbers. At least the numbers in the book, unless we are only meant to focus on certain ones. And I don't know if we're meant to do any particular math while we're reading this as well. $721 ships. The number of Vaunt was 1,633. They prayed and fasted for 80 days. On the 80th day, not long after, and then there's one that says days later. But there's no other, like, there's no other numbers represented here. I don't know if I just don't have all the information that I need for this, but I don't think there's any other dungeons for me to do. I guess I could talk to someone, but I don't want to, like, keep having to clear this dungeon to, like, just randomly try shit. I could try talking to the stuck merchant. I thought maybe the pan flautist would have something to say. I have a point here. Let me just check something. That doesn't say anything about that at all. Just checking to make sure that A, that sounded the same, and B, that I didn't just somehow screw it up before with like too many shots. But yeah, that's not doing anything. I don't see anything else in the room that would help me like identify this as anything. Because yeah, like in terms of like number of symbols, you got like a 3, a 3, a 3, and a 1, and a 2. Now, I wouldn't necessarily assume that these symbols would mean something like that, but then, like, what do they mean? God, I wish the flautist had been, like, more help. Back to it. Yes, indeed. Elden Ring got postponed to probably tomorrow, so I'm doing some more of this. Yeah, so I'm stuck on this bell puzzle at the moment, trying to figure out, well, anything about it, really. I figured out the other bell puzzle, like you're literally just supposed to do the exact same tune that the pan flautist does at the bells next to him. I didn't even realize there was a puzzle or a thing to open next to him. I just thought the bells were there to like practice the tune on, and that you would just learn it so you could bring it back here and then do it. But then when I did it there, it opened the thing, but this doesn't work the same way. And my only real clue, I guess, is this, but I don't really know how this... the numbers in this, if I'm meant to understand the numbers somehow, relates to these at all, because it doesn't really make any sense. I'm trying to think of potentially other ways I could approach this. And in terms of, like, if I just don't have all the info... Can I read the book entry? I mean, I'll put it up on screen again, sure. But... hang on. that everyone who suddenly decided to want to attack me?
It's over.
I think we're good. Alright. The book is basically like some, you know, it's some lore fairy tale about the, I don't know, the Empress or whatever they call her. It's the start of the immortality, I think. It's just called the Red Doe. So yeah. Treasure's ocean devoid of both star and moon. 721 ships sought out new shores. Upon finding it, the Vaunt prostrated themselves upon the land and begged the Guardian for a sign. Number of Vaunt was 1,633. Prayed and fasted for 80 days while the Pan waited anxiously aboard their ships. On the 80th day, the Vaunt witnessed a startling vision. A red doe emerged from the depths of the jungle, touched its nose to the ground, and disappeared back into the shadows. It was a blessed sign, proof they had escaped the plague that had killed them so many beyond the sea. They named this world Yaisha, Kin Mother, and declared it to be the home of the Pan. Not long after, a young red widow by the name of Janus fell deeply ill. Fearing the plague would spread, refused funerary rites, blah, blah, blah. Days later, mourning the widow, full swing, but she emerged from the jungle alive and strong. She was cured. Didn't know how, but spoke of a vision that would mean salvation for all the Pan. So there's not really much in here that seems like it would pertain to any sort of a tune, except for maybe the numbers. But the numbers are just like 721, 1633, 80, and then 80, or just 88 maybe. But obviously, like, if there were 8 bells, I could totally be like, oh, sure, I just have to figure out the sequence, but there's only 6. And the symbols on them don't really mean anything, at least as far as I'm aware. So, I'm not looking for anyone else to specifically solve the puzzle for me, by the way. I'm just trying to come up with ideas. But yeah, outside, like, I've tried a couple of different things, but outside of going to speak to the stuck merchant, maybe, I'm not really sure if there's anywhere else I can potentially get any info. Because I went back to the pan flautist and he had literally nothing to say after I completed the first bell puzzle that was next to him, which was just this tune. But it doesn't do anything here. But yeah, I'm tempted to just look this one up. I hate looking shit up, but yeah, I guess I'll go try talking to the merchant, maybe even the flautist again. Maybe we had to, like, leave his area and come back. But I just don't know that anyone's gonna have anything for me. But she might have something to say at least. Alright, let's leave here. We have to kind of go to the ward and then transport from there, but leave here. We'll try talking to the pan flautist again one more time just in case he has something new somehow. And if he doesn't, then we'll try talking to the merchant. And if she doesn't, I don't know what else to do other than maybe just looking it up. I'm sure there's a way to figure it out, but it's just not coming to me. And I'm usually pretty good at solving puzzles in these games, but this one just doesn't really seem to make sense. I mean, to be fair, the puzzles in this game have been a little bit, not the easiest to decipher, considering the teleporter puzzle was literally just keep doing it until you get it right. Because it's random, but only after you do it 4 times. So if you don't know that, like, you're just gonna be like, well, I've done this 3 times in a row, it doesn't seem random, so I guess this is only gonna go to the one place. Maybe not the best design for that. Hello, sir. Can we chat?
Welcome back. I can do no more. The Paxel
Did your song change at all?
but it is not safe.
By chance? No, it's the same. Also, hey, Shadok. The bells here don't appear any different than the ones there, aside from just the way that they're situated, but they're in the exact same order. I just played the same tune. That opened this, and we got the ring out of it, which was all good, but there's just no clues other than that notebook as to what the solution to that other puzzle might be. And I just wish he would fucking say something like, or just play a different goddamn tune so I could be like, oh, okay. I just need to do this. All right, I guess we'll go try talking to the merchant and see if she has any information. Did you end up looking it up, Shadok? It just feels like it doesn't make any sense. Like there's just no info aside from that notebook. And the notebook doesn't make sense because it's just, there's numbers in it, but there's not enough bells for that, you know, for those numbers to be like representative of each bell. And if it requires like knowledge of like music theory or something like that, well then fuck me, because I'm not a musician. But also I feel like the shit just wasn't complicated enough for that to be the case either, so. Heading out to archery practice now. I'll be back later. Alright, sounds good. Sass, have fun with archery. Get some bullseyes.
I wasn't. It has come.
First, let me see if you're selling anything else that I want. I don't think you are, but... I mean, I wouldn't mind the ring, but there's no way I'm going to afford that anytime soon. I'm not going to save up for it, so we're probably just not going to be getting that.
It will tell me. I wasn't. Although nobility are long lived and many, only a few dozen true. They are those who ate from the tree of. Every noble can trace their ancestors.
You get that ring somehow in my game without buying it? Maybe... Did you do much in the way of like adventure mode or survivor mode? Maybe it was like a rare reward or something, perhaps? Or you can just get it some alternative way by doing something, perhaps? Either way, I'm not going to buy it. So if we get it for free, great. If not, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Because I'm probably not even going to use it anyways. It seems like more of a melee build thing.
The Empress is. It was she who first found the Tree of Life. It is she who controls. The Empress's palace is built around the thing. She alone knows. The Empress. It was she who. It is
So
she
she's
who
mainly just saying the same
common
shit.
Pain rebel against the nobility. I hear rebel leader grew fond. So sad the story. The Empress's palace. She alone. She alone.
I don't think she has anything to say.
Should it need.
I think at this point, like Shadok, even if you happen to know the solution, I guess I'm fine with someone just telling me, because I have no fucking clue how you're supposed to solve that bell puzzle. I mean, maybe there's more we can do and then we can come back to it, but I kind of don't want to keep clearing that dungeon over and over again, so I think I'm okay with someone just telling me at this point. Because I kind of just want to go back there and get the reward and then be done with that dungeon. Oh wait, we have to go from here, actually. This way, doggo. If you were to number the bells from left to right, with the leftmost being 1 and the rightmost being 5, this is how the solution would look. 5, 4, 3, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. I don't understand how you come up with that solution at all. Like, maybe there's info we just don't have, but... Which is one thing I thought earlier could be the case. But yeah, I mean, I'll just give that a try and we'll see. I normally just, like, I don't like having to look up solutions, but I just don't know how else I would figure that out. So, I mean, y'all can tell me, since, you know, we already have the solution, does it tell you where you get the solution from? Like, whatever you're reading that on? Like, you don't have to give me super specifics, but, like, does it just say that we learn about it later, or are we literally meant to just figure it out then and there with the clues they give us? And I'm just not smart enough to figure it out. Supposed to be a book of songs somewhere that has all the answers. I see. I don't think I've ever found that. Maybe it's just later. Either that or I did find it and just didn't pay any attention. Either way, if it's like
It's over.
if it's a straight up stationary thing and not something we can like carry around with us to look at or some shit, I don't know how we would ever know. Because I'd have to, like, go find it. It's luck to find it. Yeah, that seems kind of lame. Like, if you're gonna put in, this dungeon, like, as a thing that can pop up randomly, you would expect that it would make sense for that book to maybe show up in the same dungeon somewhere. Maybe it is, and I just didn't see it. You wanna go to work there, buddy? I promise there should be some boys to chew on. At least we're probably getting a fair amount of scrap by having to do this dungeon repeatedly. It is like the one plus side to it, I guess. Some say it's in somewhere called Yaesha, but others say they can't find it there. So, like, Yaesha is, like, the entire biome that we're in right now, like, the planet. So that's, like, all of this entire place. Not just the dungeon, but, you know, the place this dungeon resides in. Just like, sorry. Got like a little distracted here. I'm killing all these guys with this dog running around, helping me out while my own dog is like trying to curl up around my feet. Kind of keep getting like sidetracked or like off the beaten path a little bit because like I'm trying to. Why is that still there? Was there another elite? Or is that somehow there from last time? Bing bong bang 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 bang. But my dog keeps killing stuff, and I want to make sure I pick up the scrap because we're kind of need it right now. Oops. Thankfully, this dungeon isn't super long or anything. All right, let's go. The solution is missing a symbol, but if you look in the front of the doe's mouth in the image, you'll see the horizontally reversed symbol that you're missing. Wait, hold on. I'll look when I get there. I feel like I looked at everything, including the statue, but maybe I just missed that. Although I'm not sure how that symbol helps me. You can find individual song solutions at random points in Yaisha. Near the start of every Yaisha reroll, there's almost always a skeleton you can find holding a book that has all of the bell puzzle solutions at once rather than splitting them up. I see. I don't remember if I ever saw anything like that, but I could have just easily missed it. It's possible that I found one and I just did not commit any of that to memory at all. Like, I don't remember finding that at all. Oh, it's supposed to take forever, like multiple passes in adventure mode? I gotcha. Like, I don't necessarily mind when games do certain things to be like, hey, let's solve this as a community or something. Like, if that's the intention. But then you get these things where it doesn't seem like that's at all the intention. Shot in the dick, tackled from behind by a vicious guard dog. What a way to go. Alright, I think we got everybody. Let's go take a look over here. You're talking about what you linked, I guess. Oh, I see. Gotcha. I will just follow the numbers that you posted. Speaking of, I gotta scroll up. Alright, hang on, guys. Doesn't make the intentions clear. You would literally have to remember it. Yeah. I don't remember ever seeing that book, so I don't feel like I've come across it. I mean, I could have, and I may have just missed it. Like, I just didn't see it and didn't read it. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Better be like a really motherfucking good trinket. Because if it's not, that seems like such a big pile of bullshit to go through. Increases amount of scrap picked up by 50%. Okay, not very usable to me right now, but I wouldn't call that bad. That's kind of good, especially if you're wearing the adventurer's stuff. If you want to make money fast, that seems useful. In an effort to control the crystals, the Ahane forbade the gull from scavenging the jungle, yet commoners acquired many tricks and traps to find that which should not be found. I kind of feel like that should have opened like a secret door, though, because it just feels like there's like the wall. I get that it's probably just because of the procedural generation, but it just feels like there's more path here on the map. But like there's a door that's just not open, but there's no door clearly. So, all right, I guess we can head out of here now finally and go do the main dungeon. Thanks for your help, guys. That was there's literally no way I would have figured that out. Maybe if I eventually came across the book somehow. But even then, there's no way I would have remembered that, especially not with symbols. I would have had to have taken a screenshot or something. There's a secret song you can play at the Flatus spells that can give you a movement speed trait. You know what? Hit me up with the code. I'll go do it anyways, just for fun. I don't care if we're cheating a little bit here. I don't know if I'll even put points into it, but let's fucking do it. If they're gonna make that shit like that obscure to find, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't just look these up. One 1134 1132. Give me a whole fuck ton of scrap too. Sick. Are there any others we can do here while we're at it? Since we're just cheating anyway. This, I might just level it later anyways, because it's obviously useful to be fast. One for a potential boss fight. Is it here, or is it a different series of bells? In the boss room. I don't know if I've come across a boss room with bells or not. I guess maybe let's keep going and see if we find that. I might have come across that. I mean, y'all can let me know if I did. You don't aggro the boss and play the song, he doesn't fight you and gives you claw weapons. Oh, so that must be like the secret way to take down the boss, I'm guessing. Or is there already, like, on top of that, another secret way to... a secret reward thing? Okay, well... I think we'll just fight him normally. Assuming that that's not one that we already fought. Because, I mean, doing the secret thingies is cool, don't get me wrong, but... I kind of want to fight the bosses. And an electric handgun sounds kind of cool anyway, so... Alright, so I think it was from the stuck merchant we gotta go north now. Hey Vic, how's it going? The lullaby is really hard to do. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Maybe on another playthrough, if we're doing co-op or whatever in this, or if I just feel like revisiting it solo or co-op. But I don't think there's anything else left for us to do. I think we've done all the dungeons in Yaesha now, so we can move on. We might even do a little bit of scrap hunting at some point here. Like maybe we'll go back to Earth and at some point and just throw on that necklace that we got and the adventurer's clothes and stuff and just farm up a ton of scrap. I could also just do that off stream, but I kind of don't like doing a lot of stuff off stream in this game though, because you get like, you still get experience while you're doing that. And it's not like you guys will really be missing much of anything, but I don't know. When it comes to RPG games, I'm not fond of farming off stream if I can help it, because it just feels like I'm making progress without really having that be part of the playthrough. So I guess this is where the curio goes. I've bought everything that I could from the merchant aside from the ring, so I guess we're okay to use it at this point if she's going to disappear or something. The merchant hums it too. One upside of the game is adventures make revisiting areas really easy. Yeah. The merchant hums the lullaby, you mean, for the boss? Because, like, I went back to the merchant, and I guess maybe if you give her a while, maybe she'll just hum it or something, but I was wondering if she would do that at all, and I, like, had stood there for a second and nothing was happening, but maybe you gotta sit for a while. And even if I had, if it's the lullaby for the boss, it wouldn't have given me the solution to the puzzle that I was looking for anyway, so it would have just... it would have just been annoying. You saw the bells in his room, but I had no idea about the songbooks. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe just an NPC. Yeah, well, like I went to the pan flautist, and obviously, oh shit. Obviously, in his case, he had, you know, he was, you know, playing the tune for the bells next to him, at least for the initial. Oh, there's the headpiece for that armor set. Just curious what that actually looks like. That's kind of cool. What's the whole set look like on? Oops. I wish you could cycle through armor like you can in Souls armor slots. I mean, it's a little awkward to do here. It's at least a cool looking armor set. It feels a little like, I don't know, Destiny-ish or something. Which is not necessarily my bag, but it's cool nevertheless. Ow. Ow. Yeah, okay. Can you give me, like, just a second? Can you, like, back off? Fuck. This is kind of a small arena to be fighting this dude in. Maybe I could have left the room. But I was not prepared for that to just suddenly show up behind me. I was expecting something else to happen. Let me just get a little bit better prepared here. Go. Yeah, that was the other thing, is like he just was not giving me like any sort of chance to really, you know, chill with ads like being immediately right there. Are you not coming back? Did I lose my chance to fight you? Well, that fucking sucks. I would have taken it a lot more seriously if I had known I only had one opportunity to do that. That's fucking shit. Why was just the one ad here? Like, I don't know, maybe it was just like bugged that it was still here for some reason. All right. Not really down with that design. I don't like single opportunity boss fights like that when you just aren't, when you have no way of fucking knowing and you're just not prepared for it. Like, give me the fucking chance to try a game. Like, I definitely could have beaten that boss. I just was like, I didn't have the right gun out. To really, like, do that the way I wanted to. Wait, the Guardian's Ring you just get it for free? Okay. So you just don't have to buy it. That sucked. That boss was like, it was fucking easy. I just wanted to, you probably get a better treasure if you beat it in there, but it's fucking annoying, dude. Like, don't get me wrong. I get that it's fine that they gave me another opportunity to do it and all that kind of stuff. It's just that if you don't know that there's a boss coming, and it's not so much that I didn't know that there was something that was going to happen, that there would be a boss. I just assumed, because every single fucking fight in the game, you walk through a fog door, blah, blah, blah. I thought we were going to get like a key item, some like passage would open up or something, and then we'd have to like walk through a thing. So I didn't like even consider my weaponry or anything like that. It just fucking appeared behind me. I think the trait is the main reward. I'm sure, yeah, don't get me wrong, it's fine. I don't know. The only thing that made that boss like particularly, annoying to deal with is just that it's in that tiny little room. But if I had known it was coming, I would have immediately equipped the coach gun and probably just, I don't know that I would have won or anything, but like at least I would have been ready for it. Hey, Bloody Onion, thanks for the follow. I don't know. It just there's a whole thing about like certain design philosophies that like I'm not necessarily fond of. You don't think you can kill it in that room? That doesn't seem overly likely. Why would it have a health bar then? Like what? You just drain it to 0 and then nothing happens? You just have to die? Or you have to run? And he ran. Okay, well, even so. Do you get any additional reward for quote unquote defeating him in the room? If you don't, I guess I will concede my rant here a little bit, but okay. Well, I guess that's not so bad then. Because then I didn't actually miss anything. I don't know. Like, look, when you play something like Demon Souls, for example, and there's the fucking Vanguard. Hell, there's even the grafted sign at the beginning of Elden Ring and stuff like that, where you get one chance to beat the boss, and then your chance is removed, at least temporarily. But you get like rewards for it and all that kind of stuff. The only reason why that gets a pass for me is because in Elden Ring's case, not only can you go back and do it again later, but in Demon Souls' case, it's right at the fucking beginning of the game. So it gives you all these extra rewards if you manage to do it as like a really tough challenge, but it's not a huge, it doesn't feel like a big wasted opportunity if you fail because you can just restart. With this, I had one chance and it's never coming back, you know, other than just that he appears out here. Now, because he appears out here, and if there is truly no other reward, fine. It's all good. But I'm just trying to explain why that kind of shit annoys me. Because I actually think that having a one-time challenge boss sort of thing can be done in a way that isn't frustrating or, you know, annoying at least, because it's just like if you really play well enough, you get rewarded. That's all well and good. It's cool. And even in the case of Elden Ring, not only can you go back, but it's the same deal. It's right at the beginning of the game. So if you fail, you can always restart. And sure, it's annoying to have to restart, but if you save your appearance and all that kind of shit, it doesn't actually take very long to restart, so you can just do it. You know. So if you're really dead set on doing that thing that you can only do once, you just do it again at the beginning of the game, and you're not really losing out on anything, because in this case I'm in the middle of the game. Shroud does it too, but yeah, Shroud is weird because, like, you know, Shroud just has like these effigies. Speaking of which, I can probably go back and even potentially still kill Shroud. Maybe I can't. I'm not sure if those effigies come back after you've actually killed Shroud for real. But yeah, the thing is, like, Shroud killed me the first time I broke one of those effigies. And then after that, I was more ready to fight him, but my guns weren't strong enough to kill him before he'd leave. He would just get out of there after a certain amount of HP or just a certain amount of time, maybe. I'm not sure if you even can kill him or if he just automatically leaves, but it seemed like what somebody was suggesting, at least at the time, was that you could kill him, but you need stronger weapons to do it. But maybe he just runs or respawns and you can't kill him. I don't know. I guess it would be worth finding out at some point. I have much stronger weapons, of course, so maybe we can find out eventually. Yes, puppy dog, I see you. There were story reasons, I think, in this case. I think the merchant worked for the queen experimenting on corpses to try to regrow the immortality tree. That rude guy was one such corpse. I don't have a problem with any of that. It's more that initially, and I'm trying not to be harsh on the game right now. I'm just explaining why I was so mad. Because knowing that I didn't miss out on a reward, and that, you know, there's like a more legitimate reason to do it, that's all fine. I'm not, you know, I take back what I said in terms of it being bad. I'm just explaining why it made me so angry to begin with. I also feel like the boss could have been tougher. I would have liked, actually, for it to be a little bit more challenging, because I kind of just fucking destroyed him. But, you know, because the whole thing was just like, I just wasn't prepared. I should have been. That's kind of on me. But I wasn't really prepared to fight him when he showed up. I just wasn't really expecting a boss to just pop up behind me suddenly. I thought there'd be a little bit more fanfare to it, I guess. So I just kind of wasn't, like, mentally in the zone yet, and I was just like, oh well, whatever. If he kills me, I'll switch weapons and try it again. But then, you know, he just wasn't there. So I was like, well, I felt really gypped in the moment, because I was just like, I felt like I could have done that if I had just known ahead of time that I was going to lose my opportunity if I didn't do it well. Yeah, the ad certainly didn't make it helpful, but I still could have done that with, if I had the coach gun equipped, I could have taken out the ads pretty quickly. Like I said, I just it's mainly my fault that I died. I just, if I had only had one chance, and if the game did a little bit of a better job preparing me for that in a way, then I would have tried to take it more seriously and be better prepared before the fight happened. knowing that it wasn't just a one-time only thing and it's just meant to kind of move on and there's no additional reward or anything, it's fine. It's all good. We're good. It's just that there are other games that sometimes do shit like that, and it really kind of bugs me when they give you one chance to do a thing and they don't really tell you that you only have one chance. And then you find out after that, oh, whoops, you know, I mean, sure, in some cases you might have really tried your ass off and failed, and it's like, well, that sucks that you lost your one chance. In other cases, you maybe just didn't even put your best foot forward because you didn't think, you're just like, I just want to learn the fight a little bit. You know, it's okay if I die. And then you come back and you're like, oh, I guess it wasn't okay that I died because apparently I only get one shot at this, you know. It's times like, it's things like that. And granted, it's pretty rare that video games do that, but there are some that do. And it kind of bugs me a little bit when they do that kind of stuff. All right. Zelensky brought me some kind of jungle. This doesn't help me. What did we even get? We get the Guardian's ring off of her. We got the, oh yeah, we got the trait. Where am I supposed to go now? Hang on. Did anything else open up further into this area that we went to? I'm assuming it's the same, but it seemed like kind of a dead end aside from the little boss room. Unless I missed something. But I think I explored all the other areas, so now I'm like a little confused. Right, so this is just a dead end. I guess. Wait, what's going on in here? It's nothing. It was all electrified there. Hey, Karate, how's it going? Yeah, I guess I'm just, I need to, like, look around a little bit or something, because I'm not sure. I feel like I've gone everywhere. But have I done everything? Like, I feel like there must be, like, a boss left to do yet. Because, like, the teleporting guy, he wasn't, like, the world boss of this place, right? I feel like, wasn't that the last boss that I killed before the little wimpy root boss that we just killed? But yeah, it was just a dungeon boss. That's what I thought, so... Maybe past the Flautist? Yeah, could be. Let me just go check again. I mean, I figured I'd have to go to one place or the other, but... I just thought that, like, when I looked elsewhere, everything seemed explored already, but maybe I didn't do everything there. We should go quickly back to the ward. I might have some upgrading I can do. Yeah, their map system does suck a little bit. It's not terrible, but it could be better. Hopefully the sequel will be nicer. Really, my only gripe with this game, you know, like I said, forget anything bad that I said about that boss thing, because that wasn't really an actual issue. I just thought it was at first. My only real issue with this game is not even a big issue. It's just this. I can't remap my buttons, and I feel like that's something you should be able to do in this game. Granted, I know that you can, like, potentially reconfigure things through, like, Steam or whatever. But, you know, frankly, well, yeah, and you can rebind keys on keyboard, but, like, you know, it's 2023, guys. Like, allow button remapping, please. It's not that hard to code into your game.
Good to...
Like, yes, it does take extra effort, especially if you're adding additional icons or whatever. Not saying that it's not more work. I'm just saying it's not that hard. I've looked into what you need to do it, and it is not as hard as you think. Not for anyone who's like a seasoned, you know, game developer or programmer, at least.
Certainly.
All right. Let's see here. We want to... We don't have enough hardened iron for this, but I kind of want to upgrade the hunter jacket some more because I'm planning to wear it. So now that's 12. So it has 6.4 less armor. That's not a huge difference. We can go a little higher with this now, so let's pump it up to 15. So it's just ready to go, and then it's actually now higher than my other armor pieces, which are here, here. I'll add a cache here. Let's just we'll just save what we have for the moment. But yeah, I'm gonna make the switch to the hunter jacket now, hunter trench coat, excuse me. So now our fire and rot are not very good. I mean, I guess our rot wasn't good to begin with, but it's funny that, like, with nothing on, just our little muscle shirt here, that we actually have better resistances aside from rot anyways. Actually, yeah, we have better resistances with nothing on than some of our other resistances. I mean, other stuff is obviously better as they get bonuses, but it's just funny that you get like penalties to things. It's not so much that it doesn't make sense in like an RPG sense, but so our rot and shock resistance is not very good, which kind of sucks, but it's fine. You know, that's what consumables are for. We're still lightweight. In fact, we're probably even lighter weight than we were by like a pound or two, whatever the weight units are. Yeah, plus I am planning on getting the blessings, the various defensive blessing traits up, so that'll help obviously. Now swap this back, and all right, this will be our gear for the moment. We now have 2 pieces of hunter attire, which means we have 10% extra range damage against weak spots and 20% less firearm spread. That part I don't care too much about because we largely are using these and the coach gun, which doesn't have a lot of spread already. But, you know, all good. So yeah, I think we're ready to continue. We care about buying resources right at the moment. Most importantly, we look good. Yeah, I like the popped collar is decent. I feel like the leather trench coat is a better look than the like stitched together cloth one of the drifter set. Although I did kind of like the little like improvised shoulder pauldrons. They looked kind of neat. Either way, this is pretty dope looking. Even if certain animations might cause my hat to clip through the collar just a little tiny bit. What's up, buddy? Why are you looking up at me like that? I know you want to like go explore the house, but I can't leave you unattended because you'll just bark at every shadow that you see and every little chipmunk that's outside or whatever. Fashionant from the caches. Wish the scrapper set didn't have rubber tire shoulder pads. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. I did throw that on earlier. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have it because I bought all the regular sets here. Yeah. It's, you know, it's not even really that the shoulder itself being like a rubber tire is bad, but it's just the way that it kind of hangs off your shoulder like that that looks weird, I think, to me personally. Come here. Hang on. My dog keeps trying to get my attention. Give me like 1 second here. Not sure what his deal is. Alright, sorry about that. Scrapper's big Fallout vibes? Yeah. Hunter with cultist hat always made me feel like a cowboy. Yeah, that's what I like. Even with the drifter set, it's not bad. I mean, the cultist hat in general is just cowboy vibes. It's very Clint Eastwood cowboy too. It's that I don't remember the name of the hat. It's not. It's the more flatter style. It's not the like a 10-gallon hat, which has like the more like taller domed thing. It's fairly wide brimmed. I get the concept of it, but after getting all these other cool outfits, I didn't want to look like a football hobo. That's fair, Shadok. But yeah, like, I mean, at least because it's a starting attire thing, it's not so bad, because, you know, you will find other potential replacements that you might like better anyway. I guess the thing that kind of sucks about it is that if you're more attached to the challenger perks and you're just like, I really want to wear the scrapper set throughout most of the game, then you're kind of stuck with that appearance. And the reskins unfortunately only kind of are mostly like recolor kind of stuff. They don't seem to be full on reskins like to like a straight up like different appearance kind of way. So I feel like the skins are kind of like, I don't know, they're so-so. Sometimes I feel like the other skins look a little bit better, but other times they're kind of not that great. Wish the set bonuses were like items separate from the outfit. Yeah, mods would have made sense, because then you could just go full cosmetic with your apparel. Like, I think Lies of P is making the right approach with that kind of stuff, because you have costumes. Granted, I don't think that you're going to get a lot of customization there, because it seems like just costume and headpiece or something like that. But those items are purely cosmetic, whereas all of your actual armor or quote-unquote defensive items are like internal pieces of your puppetry or your Legion arm or whatever. So it's cool that like when you can have those defensive things that are separate from your cosmetics, so you can look however the hell you want to look and have the defense that you want to have. Granted, I also get the other end of the argument to be like, well, you know, if you want to wear heavy armor and have like all that heavy defense, then obviously that should be like, you know, it shouldn't just be cosmetic. It should be like a heavy thing with all of the perks of a heavily armored lad would be, instead of you know, just wearing your fucking like sweatpants and your gym attire or whatever. So I guess that's why, like, I guess I kind of like the little bit of the middle ground where you have that stuff attached to whatever it is, but then you also get like transmogrification so that you can do other you know, matching or like class matching appearances. So let's say you want to do, you know, heavy armor, and you want specific heavy armor that has that mod, but you really just hate the way it looks. Well, you can transmog that into a different heavy armor appearance. You can't make it look like light armor, because then it looks a little off when you do like fat rolling or whatever. But you can at least choose from the other heavy armors. Some people will still say, nah, you should be able to choose from whatever you want. And I get that argument, I do. But at least that's like a nice enough middle ground to say like, hey, I have the appearance of a heavily armored foe, especially for PvP, that makes sense. So that someone, by looking at you, kind of knows what you've got going on a little bit. But maybe you have like the means then to be like, let me transmog my scrapper body plate to look like Leto's armor, or to look like the Radiant stuff, or whatever, right? And then that way, you know, if the PvP isn't so mod focused anyways, or set bonus focused, then people just can take a look at you and say, okay, well, they have heavy armor, so they're probably going to be like fairly defensive. They may not be able to guess what your mod is doing right off the bat, but at least they would know that you're going to be a little on the tankier side. Versus if you have one of the lighter pieces, then they know that you're probably not as defensive, but you're probably going to be pretty mobile or whatever. You know, I feel like that would be a decent enough compromise. So yeah, we've kind of gone everywhere here. I could try going back up to the sort of northwest thing, because like it's not flashing, but I thought the other day that I hadn't done that, but maybe I didn't. And just because it's not flashing, I just thought that I did, but didn't actually do it. But I guess we would have to check again. But we've kind of done everything else here as far as I can tell, unless there's like something else we can do on the map that just isn't properly marked, maybe. I could make Void Armor look different, that would be boss. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think that transmog is generally ever really a bad thing in these games, quite frankly, or in games in general. I get why people don't want to implement it, and I get why people have arguments against it, like particularly in PvP kind of stuff, because sometimes you want to be able to look at your opponent and know exactly what they have going on. But frankly, I feel like a little bit of mystery is fine, and just saying like, hey, I kind of just really want to look the way I want to look, but still have the optimal things that I want to optimize, you know. Like, at least in the Souls games, generally speaking, Fashion Souls is easy enough to do if you're good at the games, because most of the time you're just like, it doesn't matter if your defense is top notch or whatever, because if you're good at the game, you're going to just learn how to mitigate damage in your own way, whether it's through evasion or otherwise. So you can literally wear nothing, or you can wear whatever the, you know, absolute fuck you feel like wearing and still be fine for the most part. The only times where there's like exceptions to that, or if there would be some weird reason why you would need to wear like one of the helmets, or specific other pieces that give you a particular like little gear bonus, which are usually pretty minor. But if you needed to wear that to like have just enough like intelligence or faith or arcane or whatever to cast a spell or some shit like that, sure, I get it. But then you can also just level that skill up, or that attribute up a couple of points, and then you don't need to wear it anymore, you know? So at that point, it's a big old who cares, wear whatever the fuck you want. In this game, because the set bonuses are tied to the pieces of armor themselves, you have to wear them if you want those bonuses. But then you're also stuck with what that appearance is. And if it's an appearance you don't like, you're either going to be like, well, I hate the way I look, but at least my set works the way I want it to. Or you're just going to straight up say like, I hate this so much that I'm just not going to play the way that I want it to play, and I'll have to find something else that I hopefully have fun doing. You know? Anyways, sorry. I want to continue here, but I need to run to the restroom like really fast. So if y'all will give me just like 1 minute here, I will be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. Wrangle the puppy dog again. You don't look fly, you're just getting by. Exactly, exactly. Alright, so... yeah. I know we've been to the two right entrances slash exits, because that's like the one dungeon or double dungeon that kind of they lead into each other. Or more specifically, the one in the top right, the northeast one, leads to the one directly behind us here in the east. And the one that I was pretty sure like I hadn't done originally was the one up to the kind of northwestern one. But it's not flashing anymore, which makes me think that I did already do it. But I guess we can just go check again to make sure. Because I feel like I've done... like, I've just done everything at this point, but I don't know. There's got to be more to do. Go get him, dog. Oh, I thought his axe, or whatever the hell that is, would get stuck there.
Oh, it's over.
Well, it was over, but it's not over for the dog. He is chewing things up over there. Hold up. Did I aggro something over here, or is... what elite did we get the attention of here? I think you might need to go to the south exit. In the southwest. Let me just check over here. I think you're probably right in that I did already do this thing. Or do you mean directly south? Because there's no marked exit there, but there could be a door and it's just not properly being showed or something. Because that was one thing I was wondering before, is like, there just seems to be a dead end, but maybe there's something I can do there and it's just not being highlighted properly.
Damn it!
Either way, I'm just going to check this to make sure that I did in fact do it. I think I did, but... oops.
Oh, it's over.
We should be able to, like, warp as necessary anyways, so it's not like a big setback if we did indeed do this. I feel like we probably did. It's just hard to know, like, which areas you've done. Yeah, okay, we definitely did this before. I think this is where the little squiggly cave there, I think, is where we did the teleporter boss. Alright, let's just travel to the ward and then warp back. I do like how they mark any entrance you have not gone into yet. Yeah, with the flashing thing, but if we're meant to go to the south, there's no like highlighted door or anything there, so it's a little misleading. I think it was from here, right? Would be better if they marked it being done. I mean, I think just the fact that it's not flashing anymore is enough to indicate that it's done, right? Although I suppose if it stops flashing altogether, like even if you've just visited it and you haven't actually completed it, that could be a problem. Either way, it could be like a little bit better done, the entire map system in general. Like literally even just the fact that I can't zoom in onto the map here is not great. Like that just feels like a common feature that is generally worth having. Or a legend, you know, would obviously make sense, yeah. Get him, dog. What are you doing all the way over there, buddy? Oh. I guess dog took care of that nonsense. The map is so much better in Remnant 2. Have you played like a demo or something, or do you just mean from what you've seen? The game's not out yet, right? It comes out in like the 25th. Yeah, okay, see, there is a door. It's not even highlighted on this map. Did I not come out of here, though? I feel like I might have. Skull indicates difficulty, silver for hard, bronze is normal. Oh. Yeah, see, now this is flashing like when we get close to it. They could have just done this on the map a little bit better. Like, I can't flip between layers even, so that would have potentially given me what I needed. But yeah, their mapping just needs to be better is all. It's not terrible, it just needs improvement. Judging by videos and dev stream. Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Because like I know that there's like videos and stuff out, obviously people have done some early review stuff of it already. Should I switch to the coach gun? Let's just be preemptive and switch here. This could be one of those situations where we want the sniper rifle instead, but most of the time, bosses, I find I fare better with the coach gun instead. Combined with hotshot, the DPS is just so much nicer. Now again, granted, with stuff like the extra damage per shot, or like every time you reload, for something like the sniper rifle is obviously good. But yeah, for now, you know, not quite in our build, if you even consider us as really having a build. I don't know. We do have some decent crit at this point. So here's the... So right, there's bells in this, I see. But we're not going to do the quote-unquote lullaby. We're going to just fight this guy, or at least try to. I guess we have to get his attention somehow. Maybe we just have to ring the bells or something. Thought maybe he'd be like just chilling somewhere, but I don't see anybody. Should be in a cave. Oh. Was chilling over here. What's up, dude? This is some loud fucking steppies. The Ravager. Okay, I knew he was about to do a follow-up, but what? You brought boys? That seems unfair. Where'd he go? Okay. That's maybe not my smart. Oh shit.
Come on.
Don't leave again, god damn it. I just killed that guy. I'm out. Oh, come on, don't get stuck now. Are you kidding me? Come on. That's not what I wanted to do. What? I dodged too early. God, I wish they didn't like come in shooting. Not too bad. Thankfully, they give you like those nice
Not
big
bad.
pillars that you can use for cover.
Sweat.
We definitely needed it
Oh,
once
you
the ads started coming in. First try. Did have to use quite a bit of healing though. I was trying to use my blood wards more often. Okay. This thing used to give me nightmares. Hang on a second. I'm gonna check something real fast, guys. What is this? Okay. Just have like a stupid work question. Well, somebody needs something clarified. I will have to get back to him in a bit. I'll take a break like here in a little bit and then answer the question. Okay. Alright, what did we get again? Tentacle pod. There are things in the jungle older than the pan, older than the Rin, older than the jungle itself. Okay. Did we get another trait too? Arcane strike. Melee mod power generation. Oh, that's cool. Very, very useful, I guess, if you're doing the melee build. Or a melee build, I should say. Is that it? Just the one chest? Don't see anything else. Just have like a quick little scan here to make sure. I don't see anything. There's a melee weapon that generates a ton of mod energy too. Yeah, I guess together that would be pretty strong. Alright, I don't know if we have... We have some galvanized iron and some money, but I think maybe we're better off waiting. Then again, what does this say here? Powerful weapon. I guess somebody did say an electric handgun, so let's go see what we get with this anyway. And then I think I'm going to take like a really quick break to try to like see if I can answer this work question for somebody. Problem is it involves me digging around in some stuff on my computer, which I don't really like trying to do in the middle of a stream, but hopefully it won't cause any issues. Apparently nobody else was available to ask, I guess. Alright.
Oh, traveler.
I always talk to the wrong person with this.
Be safe out there.
Ugh. I'm not in the mood for chat. Yeah? Yeah? Better be worth my
Curse of the
time.
Jungle God. Tentacle shot. Launches a projectile which summons a tentacle. Tentacles deal 75 shock damage. Steals 4.5% of the hero's max health per hit. applies overloaded effects. That's kind of cool.
We're done here?
Accurate. I wish it would give you like these details. I didn't see if there was a way to really look at them, I guess, but an accurate pistol which shoots electrical bolts that deal shock damage with a medium fire rate, low recoil, and is equipped with a 2.3 times scope. This one actually seems like it could be kind of cool. Who wants to talk to Karen McBitch? I avoid passing her if possible. That's fair. Like in this one's case, it's at least like I've got some ammo for it. For one, it's not so goddamn low. It's not tons, but rate of fire is good. My only issue is that it feels it doesn't have any impact. Maybe. Alright, we'll stick with the repeater for now, but we might level this guy up here at some point. The lifesteal on it sounds kind of good, and maybe the overloaded and shock could be nice. If we use it in a different biome, at least.
What do you need?
Let me upgrade some stuff if I can. I don't have enough hard iron to do any of that. Let's get this guy to plus 15 finally. Oh wait, that required hard iron. Oh well, whatever. I took it to plus 16. The rest of my stuff is already anyway, so it's fine. And then we should have enough to do. Well, we don't have enough money. That's fine. Just put plus 14 this and
Take care, my friend.
call it good to go. I am gonna have to like farm some scrap. I feel like, well, maybe not after we're done with this planet, but I feel like we're constantly like out of money. Like I am spending a lot, don't get me wrong, but like when I did Earth, maybe it's just because we had less stuff to spend on or something, but after I did like a fair amount of Earth, I had like 10,000 or 12,000 or something at one point. And granted, again, I was wearing like the adventurer pants for a little bit, so I was really getting a little extra. But I just remember sitting on like a ton of cash, and it just felt like I was constantly like, I had plenty of money, but now, like, especially with this biome, it just feels like it's so hard to get scrap for some reason. Yeah, I've definitely been spending more, like, because I've, you know, I leveled up another piece of armor. I'm trying out, I've leveled some other guns a little bit, and, you know, I've been consistently leveling 3 guns instead of 2 main guns, you know, between the coach gun and the sniper rifle and the repeater. There's another small arm you can get right now if you want to know about it. It requires some exploring, but it's 100% static. Is it, when you say that, are we talking about somewhere in Yaesha, or are we talking about somewhere else that I can like revisit? Because I know that there's stuff to do in Yaesha still. It's in the ward. Okay, are we talking about like stuff that I would normally need the keys to get to and whatnot? I don't know if I probably didn't fully explore everything down there. I mean, I don't mind looking. It's fine. Isn't this way?
Good to see you.
Guess I can just run around and see what I find. The keycard opened up the door in here, I believe. I think it's the first gun you can actually pick up. So maybe I just missed it before. Because I did come down here, but I guess I must have just not picked it up. Oh, I guess I never went in here. Or maybe, oh right, there was the mirror thing, but I couldn't do anything with this. I don't have a key for this though, so I guess it's not this. Gotta turn the power back off. Okay. Oh, can I like take the key up out of the other computer? I don't know if that's an option. Go find out. At least they give you infinite stamina in the hub. I wish that they would just give you traversal stamina in general like Elden Ring does, because it's just such a nice feature. Oh, it's the fuse box. So I guess I have to find another key for that terminal. Guess I just didn't expect that you could turn that back off. It's a story thing, gotcha. So that means it's nothing to do with this right now, I assume. Oh yeah, the big fan. Right. I remembered seeing this. I was like, clearly there must be some way in there. I just assumed we'd get to it later. Ward 13 master key. Hello up there. Master key. Alright, so there's got to be another door we can unlock. I'm sure I found it before and I just don't remember where it is, but I'll figure it out. I have to turn the power back on. I think we're probably safe to, because I'm assuming that was just for the fan. Yeah, I'll find the door. I'm sure it's either around here, it's either down around here somewhere, or it's upstairs. But I'll find the door again. I'm sure I found it before. I just don't remember where it is off the top of my head. Knowing that you can flip the breaker back off, that's not obvious. Yeah. Oh, it's a submachine gun. Okay. I guess that's kind of cool. I'm not usually a big submachine gun guy, but that doesn't mean that I won't use it if it's good. Find out in a second here. I did skip over a lot of the terminal text in this area because there's so goddamn much of it. Maybe at some point I'll come back and read it, but there was just so goddamn much. Where's the dumb machine gun? Yeah, exactly. They just explained some of the dreamers. Yeah. I mean, I started to read some of it. There was just so damn much. I was like, all right, I'm not going to read all this right now. It's just too much reading. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. A small caliber, full automatic weapon with a decent magazine capacity and blazingly fast rate of fire, effective at close range. Sure, ammunition is hard to come by, but the more you can spit into the air, the longer you're likely to live. Alright, so this basically will do a lot less damage. It's probably about half the damage of the repeater pistol, maybe even a little less. But I could see there being, like, some mods that are probably especially useful for this thing. So at max, repeater does 51 per shot. And that one does 21 per shot. Okay. Hey, Mortifera, how's it going? I don't think that you have damage, yeah. I don't think I've come across the hunting pistol yet. Obviously, 21 per shot is a lot when you have a 40-round magazine. Yeah, but you gotta be accurate. That's the thing, is like I find with the sidearms, like being accurate to make headshots, it's not so hard on bosses, but like on other enemies it can be a little rough. Yeah, because we're already well upgraded, I think we'll continue upgrading our repeater pistol, but we might switch into using some other guns if we find either that I like a different gun better, or if I just really want to try using this. But I'm happy to have it regardless, because it is cool. Anywho, let's continue for now. Actually, let me quickly see if I can answer this stupid fucking question here. We don't like have to technically take like a break. You guys aren't gonna see anything other than the game, so. I imagine you would have liked the Magnum. Yeah, I don't have the lucky coin. I don't have a Magnum, that's for sure. I do like Magnums in these games. Definitely. Or in shooter games, I should say. It depends on the game, I guess. Like, and how they handle the Magnum. Okay. Let me just look at his question again. 3 items, the same name. Okay. I gotta open up something else here. Hopefully I can get to that okay. I guess I'll do it from this other thing. Sorry. This will just take me a couple minutes, guys. I apologize. There's just somebody needs me, like, to figure something out for them really fast. For a specific guide question. Alright, put me back there. Can't use that, actually. I gotta open the other thing. So annoying. Alright, go here then. View that. Approval. Hopefully my stream doesn't get like buffery while I'm doing this, because I'm having to view stuff in a weird way at the moment. Okay, where the hell is this damn thing? All right, that is there. Main. And there, yes, that's true. And the other one was this guy. see it a second time. Sorry, I'm sure everything that I'm saying makes absolutely no sense at the moment because you guys can't see what I'm looking at, but suffice to say, somebody had a question about a specific thing they thought might have been an error in the guide, which I think is not an error, but he just wants me to confirm something. I'm trying to find what the hell he's talking about. Yes, that's correct. Okay, sorry, let me just try to answer this for him real quick. Um, okay. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Let me get back into this here. Apologies. I know that was like incredibly boring. Um, yeah, to tell you what I was answering there. We have like in the second book of the Elden Ring guide, there's a more robust combat guide because the first book had like a systems guide that's kind of basic. The second one has like a much more robust guide on like everything you want to know about combat, including like all the different buffs in the game and like how they work and stuff like that. And there's a few in there that there's a few like spell or skill effects and stuff that apply more than one buff effect at a time, and therefore we had to put them repeatedly in a couple of different categories, and so my boss thought that that might have been done in error, but they were totally not an error. Okay, sorry, let us continue. The Devastator was a favorite of mine. Yeah, I don't have that either, I don't think. I think the coin is guaranteed spawn, but the location is random and very easy to overlook. Might be a random spawn too, though. I have no idea. Gotta find the circumference of Radagon's booty real quick. Yep, you figured me out, Karate. That's what I was really doing. Had to find out the exact measurements of the Rada booty. The ricochet rifle had some fun shoots. Discs that bounces between mods, and I put a fire damage mod on it, so it's burning discs. Sounds cool. Okay, should be okay to turn, I think. Oh, the shotgun crossbow. Sorry, I was thinking of like handguns. I couldn't remember a handgun with that name. Yeah. Devastator. Gotcha. Just randomly fall in a pothole. Somebody needs to fix these roads. What do we pay the government for? Rah. Is it possible to go around the other side? I don't know if there's anything over there. It looks all collapsed. Let me just double check and make sure that there's not something I'm missing over here. Nope, doesn't seem like it. I was wondering if we could vault over this thing. But it probably wouldn't be a good idea, but I had to know. Ricochet rifle's my favorite, and that plus skulls is so good. Gotcha. Okay, more blood wart. I was tempted to buy more because we had used a bunch in that fight, but it's giving us more at this point. Old man Ford, is that you? Don't mind me, I'm not short, I'm just standing in another random pothole for some reason. He set up so fast.
Well, I'll be.
I'm not saying you wouldn't if you heard a gunshot outside your cell suddenly, but
How the
like
hell
just
did you
the
get here?
animation was
This
really
world,
silly.
I mean.
The root mother told me to search the labyrinth for you.
The root mother, you said. Why would she send you after me?
Have to stop the root at the dragon's atoll.
Root on the atoll? You mean Ward 17? Why in God's name would you? Oh, holy hell. Clawbone's the source. Harsgard's dreamer was the gate. My life's work. Fair warning. You're walking a pretty dangerous road. But maybe, just maybe, you'll succeed.
Got the texturing on this dude's like hair is like it's like blurry because it's got to be one of the effects that's currently in active. But sure, who's Harsgard?
Harsgard. That madman connected a dreamer directly to the root. That's how it all started. I never saw it. How could I have? The root came from everywhere. But if Clawbone's the center, tell you what, I know how to get in. There's a mirror in Ward 13, not where the survivors live, in the lower floors. Locked away. That mirror is like a door to the other wards. Here. This key will let you unlock the computer connected to the mirror.
Well, I guess that's the mirror thing then. Sure. I have more questions, I guess.
But don't waste time. The root aren't waiting around for you.
Why don't you come with me? Are you just gonna chill in the cell forever, I guess?
Look at me. Do I look like I still got any fight left in me?
I mean, maybe.
I wish I could. But those days are long gone.
Why'd you quit?
I regret giving up. The answer was right under my nose if only I hadn't stopped looking. But it cost me a lot to get this far. I sacrificed everything. Everyone I knew and loved. I'd had enough.
Yeah, Chronos, Vic. Some people have been saying that the last couple of times that I've played this.
Left to lose.
I had no idea there was a game before this either. That I guess was VR originally, but now there's also a non-VR version. Because apparently it's a third-person game, but done with fixed camera angles, and you're in VR, like using those camera angles instead of it being like a first-person game, which sounds interesting. But there's a non-VR version of it now, so I might check it out eventually. Although people were saying I think that it's a lot more Souls-like than this.
Hell if I know. The root's been there since the beginning. And if the dragon, or whatever's in there now, is their master, bring everything you got. Don't take anything for granted.
I've played Moss, which works similarly to that method in VR. Gotcha. I just haven't heard of very many games that do VR as a not first-person perspective, because it just seems weird. Like, part of the point of doing VR usually is to be able to see, you know, what you're engaging with in first person. Don't get me wrong, experiencing a world from any perspective in VR still, it's not like it doesn't make any sense. It's just because you can still be in the world. It's just that you're more of like an observer at that point, rather than kind of like looking through your own eyes. All right, thanks for your help.
Good luck. You'll need it.
So now we can go back to the computer. I think is basically all we have left to do. We could we could go farm up some scrap really quick. I don't think that's overly necessary right now. I don't think I ever found anything to give to try to like bring the one construct to life outside the desert merchants area. There's got to be something you can put in that, but I don't think I've ever found it, if whatever it is. Save my simulacrums for now, I think. It's a random event thing. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we're basically as done as we can be with the rest of this for now. This game's a lot longer than I thought it would be, and I realized there's DLC stuff too. But like, I had only ever seen people do like up to the point of the Undying King. Maybe just a lot of people get stuck there or something. It is legitimately kind of a hard fight, but that's like the furthest into the game that I've seen, and I just kind of thought that like that was kind of like around the end of the game. And you know, he's also kind of technically an optional boss, so maybe people were just like returning to come back to fight him or something. I don't think yeah, we're not gonna upgrade right now. I don't know why I'm talking to you. Maybe just to say hey ho, I guess. Except I'm not actually calling you a ho. It's more of a you thing.
I'm not in the mood for chat.
I will call her a ho, because she's got that attitude the whole time. All right. Yeah, I guess we can go ahead and get going. I think in order to buy any other skins, if we wanted to change anything, it would cost more than we have, so we're gonna do that right now. First DLC added survival mode and courses adventure. The last DLC is a whole new world. Gotcha. But I'm assuming that's not stuff that I've done yet, right? I mean, obviously I haven't done an adventure or survival mode, but I mean, like Yaya Show was not part of the DLC. It's a place I haven't been to yet, I'm assuming. Initializing mirror. Whereas rerolling the campaign. Oh. So you just like have to do that in order to even get the DLC, or it's more that I just don't have it in my current one? Like, can you just get it off the bat, or you just have to, like, it's post game. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll see about maybe doing that, possibly once I finish the campaign. I don't know how much more I have left. I don't know, but we'll see. I don't really have too many other games like on the agenda right now, other than playing more Elden Ring co-op with Charlie, but that's also going to take up a fair bit of time, so we'll see what we feel like playing, at least up until Remnant 2 comes out, because I do want to check that out. Actual mirror world. So I see. Whole lot of root infestation and not a lot of enemies so far. Kind of expecting more of those like dudes that kind of just like sit still until you smack them or otherwise aggro them in some way, but maybe post checkpoint. Yeah.
Once again, the children of the core think to change the inevitable. They do not see the truth, the futility of their actions. We bring purity to chaos, serenity to bedlam. All will be consumed. This is necessary and good. The children do not understand. The children believe their lives worth living. The children are wrong. The worlds and the core of the worlds live in pain, agony, discord. We bring peace, equality, silence. All are one within our embrace. The children resist what cannot be resisted. They fight a battle that cannot be won. Their actions are ultimately irrelevant. No matter how many times they rise, they will be destroyed. Their time is over. We will consume all.
Oh, we're getting pulled in. It's getting a lot more aggressive now. I mean, it can't be that easy, right? There's gonna be like a phase 2. Maybe a phase 3. Yep, okay. You got big. Your head seems armored. Oh, what the hell? Shadow Dog, help me. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Oh, hi. What the fuck? Okay. Roll! What? I guess I was out of stamina. I got fucked. Okay. That sucked. We were fine, I just ran out of stamina and couldn't do anything. Hey, welcome back, Sass. I guess we gotta redo the first phase too. I guess I'll stick with the sniper rifle, it seems fine. Damn it, I was trying to anticipate him moving. What? Did the dog kill him? Use an ammo box while I'm doing this. Okay, what did this do? Alright, he's back to not taking much damage. Hopefully we have a lot of ammo boxes. It takes a lot of damage to die. You're gonna have to kill like a lot more enemies, I guess. It's a little hard to hit at times. Shit. God damn it. Alright, send me back. Didn't quite get his barrier down that time. Really? I feel like the dog definitely helps in this. Yeah? Oh. I was like, where'd the portal go? It's a little slow. I should have reloaded beforehand. You keep using these ammo boxes, they're helping. There we go. All right. Got a bunch of orbs. That didn't really seem that bad. Mender's aura was really helpful. The bloodwort I was using even helped a little bit. Dog was fucking MVP. Because I could kind of count on him to help clean up some of those kills for me. And especially even during the first phase, I could just kind of let him loose and take care of some of the ads for me while I just focused on the boss. I can see that being just like, you know, obviously, again, it's balanced for co-op. But I just sit there. If you were playing that with like 2 other people, I feel like that'd be a lot simpler. Because you just have people focusing on different things, really. To get to the DLC, you have to reroll the campaign and select the DLC instead of the main game. Okay. Crumbled a piece of ancient architecture. My job here is done. Pretty cool. Praise the gun. Okay. All right. Yeah, base game pretty good. I feel like a lot of the story is kind of tied up in text, which makes it made the ending feel like it just sort of came out abruptly, because we just found Ford and then he's just like, no, I'm too much of a bitch to come back with you. It's just like, you don't even want to see like your granddaughter or anything like that. No, I'm just gonna live here. Okay. Yeah, but so the ending came about a little abruptly, and I feel like there wasn't a lot of like direct explanation of it. It's very read stuff and you'll know what's going on, which, you know, it's not like they don't do similar things in other like Souls games and certainly Souls likes, but I feel like you get enough piecemeal info to kind of put certain things together. And then the rest of the time it's like, you know, it's all item descriptions basically, or NPC dialogue. Whereas this, like, you do get some of that, but there's just a lot of like, let me read this like 30-page notebook, or all the logs on this computer that each have individual pages, and there's like 16 logs. You know, it's just a lot of reading. Yeah, sometimes it's nicer to kind of do things a little bit smaller if you're gonna have like your players read to get the info. Because otherwise you end up, especially for stream, like if I was not playing this on stream, I'd probably take at least some time to read that stuff. It would just depend though. When you're on a stream, like, it's hard for me as a streamer to not feel like if I'm just sitting there reading to people, it's story time. Yeah, you know, some people are into it, and then a lot of other people are just like, oh my god, boring. Get me the fuck out of here. So, also, the end credits being like completely silent is just weird. I'm gonna go ahead and skip out of this now. Like, I didn't like click out of the game. No, of course not. It wouldn't have worked. Wouldn't have been able to skip it if that was the case. Yeah, so there was our ammo boxes actually coming in handy for once. I mean, I have needed them. Well, not needed, but used them on occasion. But we didn't need them for like half of the game, and then like in the latter half I used them a couple of times during like some boss fights, basically. Just to make things a little easier so I didn't have to run around collecting shit. Gotta be honest, I didn't really find much of a reason to use the consumables in the base game. Outside of like, I had to, you know, stop bleeding and corrosion a couple of times, maybe. Radiation once, I think. Orb of Undoing. You want to redefine yourself, kid? Go ahead. Around here, no one lives long enough to remember what you used to do, what you used to be anyways. For now, let's get this to 10. What is mine's tied to? It's just a straight up damage boost. Okay. It's only ranged, though. I don't think we have one for melee. Maybe there exists one somewhere else, but, Granted, it's probably not a ton of extra damage, but like I guess maxed out, it's still worth it. The melee damage one is a starter for the scrapper. Oh, the trait? I see. I guess that makes sense. Well, let me just see if anyone has anything to say, and then I guess we'll re-roll and see about the DLC.
Hello again. What would you like to... anything?
Really want to talk to you more about that stuff.
Only the best?
He sells more shit now, and an Orb of Undoing. Resets all spent trait points. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep what I've got there.
Keep your head up. Hold there.
Oh, there.
How's it going?
Till next time.
You've met Andrew. Is he well?
He lives, he fights for others. I mean, he kind of just sits in a jail cell now, but, you know, maybe. We'll give you this, though.
Then he is himself. And he is well.
Just so, you know, you can
Much has changed since
not
we
be
met.
super worried. Oh, yes,
You
puppy
have
pets.
grown in strength.
Cisco
The
gets
root
pets,
have
too.
tasted
Yes.
fear. It is a
Yes, I bet
feeling
you would have soloed that boss all by yourself, huh?
This
Didn't need a
world
backup puppy dog.
will not
You are
recover,
the puppy dog.
traveler. What the root have taken cannot be returned. Yet
It's getting some ear scratches
we
right now.
live. You have given us that.
Good puppy dog. Yes. Yes. All of chat would be your best friend if you didn't act the way you normally do when you meet new people, which is to bark them to death. Yeah, the entire world would find you to be probably the most adorable dog and be your best friend and give you all the loving and treats that you want. But now, see, Cisco, when he meets new people, he turns into a little vicious hell beast. He's all bark. You know, I mean, if he actually does, like, snap at you, he wouldn't really do any real damage. He's a little too scared to really bite somebody. I think if he really felt like his life was in danger, that might be different, but, you know, generally speaking, he doesn't do that with people. Yes, you're a good boy, though. You're very sweet. Neighbor's dog is the same. I think it's just kind of a little dog thing. Not all little dogs, but definitely like Chihuahua, Jack Russell mix is like kind of the epitome of that, I'd say, or just about. But he is an adorable dog, I'll give him that. And, you know, he's very sweet once you get to know him. Once you're part of his pack, then yeah, he's absolutely your best buddy. Yeah, aren't you? You just like to bark at everything.
This
Actually, I don't want you to do this right now. Still just gonna save my simulacrums for gun upgrades, I guess. She's a Pomeranian? Gotcha.
Keep moving.
Dreamer's Mana. Makes a powerful weapon. The earth was once walled off, not by guardians, but by a power deeper and stronger than the root. The dreamers we created, we bought them windows, they were doors. We bought them windows,
What
but
now?
they hated it because it's a shitty thing by Microsoft, and they preferred Linux, so they got mad.
All right then.
Pulsar. Fires, Banish is the mod. Fires a projectile that banishes enemies into another dimension for 4 seconds. When they return, they'll take 25% extra damage. No, 25% of the damage from... No, 1.25 times the damage. I should just read that properly. From the repulsor's primary fire for 8 seconds. Powerful enemies won't be banished, but will take increased damage from the repulsor. Okay. It's your good puppy dog. I see you. Alright, we'll buy this. Might be fun to use at some point.
I've got work to do.
I bet you do. You've been turning.
I'm not in the mood for chat.
What about you, wrench? Henchman arbitrarily turning wrench.
Good. Of course. Anytime. Let's see what I've got.
Probably don't sell anything new, right? No, just still the starter stuff. Yeah, I don't think I necessarily need anything from you right now, unless we wanted to upgrade this or some shit, but I don't think we'll do that at the moment. How does this work anyway? Oh, that's a little weird. It's, showing effects all over me. Okay, now it's fixed. That looked a little weird. Like a laser shotgun. It's cool, I'll give it that. Seems like the banishment thing charges up pretty quickly with the mod power. You can use it up to 3 times too. That's kind of cool. Hey. All right. Oh, I should probably try talking to the commander real fast. After her, though, I guess we'll see about re-rolling to the DLC. I probably won't do a ton. We've been going for only about 3.5 hours, but I do have some stuff I have to get to today.
If you need anything,
Also,
ask around.
have had like just the mildest of headaches.
If you need anything,
Wow.
ask
Okay.
around.
Nothing to say. Hopefully the characters will be a little bit more developed in the sequel. It hasn't really been bothering me, but like I just don't want it to get worse, so I'll probably not go for super late today. Keep looking at me. Being cute. Can't help it. Must pet the puppy. I really gotta get fucking puppy cam installed again. One of these days when I have like a couple of days off, I gotta like just try to get some stream stuff done. Alright, world settings. So I guess let's re-roll the campaign. Am I 100% good to re-roll the campaign at this point? Y'all in chat, is there anything else I should be doing before I re-roll it and do the DLC? I'm assuming adventure mode and survival mode will still be easy to access. Just want to make sure that there's nothing else that I like should quickly do. Think you're pretty good? Okay. I assume so. Man, we've almost played this for like an entire day. Scrape most of the edges. All right, good enough for me. Reroll. Subject 2923. Storm may be over, but the threat of the root remains. Travel to the Ward Prime and find a way to sever their grasp on Earth for good. And that's just the base game. It's from the Ashes. Okay. Hard. Oh, geez, there's another difficulty. Apocalypse. Anyway, we'll stay on hard for now, since that's what we're used to. We are by ourselves. We'll check out at least a little bit of the DLC here. Approximately how long is the DLC? I'm assuming it's not like a whole nother campaign, but like, is it just a few hours? Is it a lot of hours? Just give me like a ballpark if you know.
Till we die. A year ago, I walked the worlds and killed the Dreamer, the human that the Root were using to invade Earth. When I left that damn tower, I thought the war was finally over. But the Root were still here. Ford thinks we'll find the answer in the old wards, the ones they never heard from. So I'm heading to Ward Prime, where it all started. Hoping to find the root's last connection to our world. I'm sure things will be better after that.
They must have gotten all of the the voices that you could have chosen to do that cutscene. It sounded like the one that I chose.
Ford said Ward Prime should be just ahead. I don't know how anybody ever lived out here. Root could sneak up and you'd never know. Oh, it's creepy if you ask me.
Some parts of Remnant, you know, they're maybe not the most polished.
Towers any day.
Like these like cutscene transitions and stuff like that, and just the way the characters look. What this reminds me of is like the very first Metro game. Like, it's, if anything, it's more polished than that, especially mechanically. But the very first Metro game, I remember I played the original, like when it first came out, not like a remastered version. And that thing looked like it was, especially early in the game, felt like it was like strung together. Like, it just felt like a very low budget, kind of new developer project. But it was a fun game. And the sort of what you might consider low quality aspects of the game really kind of like faded away to me. Like it was really noticeable. Yeah, very Eurojank is appropriate. In the original, it was very noticeable, like early, like when you start the game, like a lot of characters looked very like plain 3D models. Their clothing was like, you know, it would clip and it didn't like fit them very well. Like it was just kind of like on them. Especially any of their like post-apocalyptic like shoulder pauldron-y things and stuff like that. Everything, certain like textures looked a little too clean to be in the apocalypse, and others looked a little weird. Just very like, here's what we could pull from any 3D assets that we either had to make ourselves with not very much time or expertise, and or that we could get for free, that sort of deal. But the game was still so fucking good that all that shit, like, I only noticed it in the beginning, and then I just didn't notice it anymore. And, you know, obviously the game became really popular because it spawned numerous sequels that had, like, a lot more, I guess, budget probably behind them. Because I haven't played all of them, but I think I played the second one. You know, and I realized that I think they, like, remastered the original or something like that, but I played the second one and I was just like, okay, well, this already feels like way nicer looking, you know? So that, you know, I think that the appearance of this game is probably what might turn some people off of it, but it's got just enough going for it to make it like a really excellent to play game. And I think that that's like worked out well for the Gunfire devs, because clearly the second game is coming out, or rather the third, I guess, if you're including Chronos. And it looks really good comparatively. So I think, like, if you had any hangups about playing the original because of its kind of like, you know, we'll just say appearance again, you might just like the second one if you enjoy the gameplay and all that kind of stuff, because that issue seems like it'll probably be kind of taken care of. It looks a lot nicer looking. Okay. I don't remember what the hell he said, but I'll just agree with him.
But here you keep leaving the ward for weeks at a time, fighting Deadwood and God knows what else. It's been nice having you around. Look, I'm grateful to serve the ward and all, but I just couldn't live like that for long. How do you do it?
I'm just in it for the scrap. Someone has to stop the root.
That's right heroic of you. Hell, a year ago I didn't think they could be stopped. Well, whatever the reason, I'm glad you came to us when you did. You know, I got a good feeling about this mission.
You seem all right, Bo, even though I don't know you like at all. Not be surprised if you were just a new character that I'm supposed to suddenly like, and then you will die within the next 5 minutes. So it looks like we just have, you know, I guess because we re-rolled the campaign, like our character progression, everything stays exactly the same. So we have all the exact same stuff and traits and everything.
Holy! Will not be a two-headed rat. It looks just like the one in Ward 13, but smaller.
Guess this is this guy's like
According
first
to
mission
Ford,
out.
Ward Prime should be just up in those mountains. Shouldn't be
Like,
hard
boy,
to
I've
find.
seen tons of these.
Hey, I think it would be a good idea to check in with the commander. You know, let the ward know we're okay and that we found a stone out here. Okay. I've never used one of these before, so... Hey, this isn't gonna do anything weird to me.
What a time to ask. I'm glad he went to go back to tell the commander. Hopefully he didn't teleport somewhere else. Or, you know, hopefully he didn't wind up somewhere with his legs turned around. Facing the wrong direction and all that. But yeah, I was just like, you better not be asking me to go back and just leaving your newbie ass here, because you're gonna get killed. I'm sure. Do I have to go back? Doesn't say that I need to. I think we'll just continue. Goldcrest Hills. What's this? Oh, it's the old Root Boys again. It's good to see you, friends. Good might be an overstatement. Oh my god.
Come on.
Your movement's weird when you're going up a hill, buddy. Okay, maybe I just suck at aiming. Scrap, hooray. Alright, since we're on Earth, I'm hoping there'll be lots of stuff to break. So we can get lots of scrap. Plenty of crates is also nice. Yeah, get it. Character progression gear always stays. Only way to reset is to get another character. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, obviously you can use those orbs of undoing, I guess, to reroll your traits, but I suppose that's really it. I feel a little bit like this game is one of those ones where, like, I'm glad that the starter items are, like, viable weapons throughout the whole game. I always, like, appreciate when that's an option. But it also feels a little bit like one of those ones where I just haven't found much else that I like outside of the sniper rifle. So I just end up being... it's one of those ones where I'm just like, I don't know, like, the main guns are just, they're too good to not use. I've been thinking about Callisto Protocol a little bit lately, not because I want to play it. In fact, I specifically am not going to play the DLC, despite the fact that I played the base game. I looked up, I watched somebody play through the DLC that is good enough for me. I'm considerably disappointed that what they decided to do with it. Really just the whole game in general. But it kind of makes me want to, like, get back into, like, doing game review stuff that I used to kind of, like, sort of kind of do, like, way back in the day with some early YouTube stuff that it's not really around anymore. But it was also kind of like some of the stuff that got me into, like, web dev and whatnot originally, because I wanted to have, like, a website for all that. So I might return to doing some of that here soon. I just don't know how feasible it's going to be for me to, like, make long form videos, because that shit takes a lot of work and it requires a lot of time. God damn. sniper rifle do take a bite. But anyway, hang on. Sorry, I felt a sneeze coming on, and I was like, I don't want to like try to say what I'm about to say if I have to sneeze. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about Callisto Protocol, and I wanted to make a video about it when the game came out, because it's one of those games that it has so much fucking potential, but the game ended up being just okay, if that. Like, first and foremost, it's disappointing because it was a game that tons of people were really hyped up about, myself included, and I'm not usually the type of person to get into a game because of hype, but I was already hyped because I was such a fan of Dead Space, the whole series, really, that I was like, oh shit, some of the OG devs are going to be making this kind of like clearly Dead Space inspired game, since, you know, they're no longer visceral and got screwed over back in the day, blah 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 blah. And I think a lot of people felt that way. They were expecting like good things from Callisto Protocol, and man, it was just such a letdown. So first of all, you had the performance issues at launch, and I feel like that really killed a lot of positive PR for that game. But furthermore, it wasn't just that was the problem. There's just so many things that just aren't done correctly with that game. Like, and to put it into like words, it's not just that they're done badly or anything like that. It's that they're done in such a way where it's just like, you got so close to doing this in such a way that would be really fun, but because you only did this or up to this level, it doesn't even necessarily feel half-assed, but it's like you just decided to only put in this or only do that. Like you really wanted to focus on the melee combat aspects, for example, but you only give us one weapon to use for the whole game, and that whole system revolves around doing one combo. You know, sure, you get some other abilities, like you get a heavy attack that can knock enemies back, but it doesn't really do that much damage, and unless you really need to make space, it's kind of useless. You get a ground finisher, which is, you know, situational. It's not even something you have to unlock. There's like the special block follow-up attack, but to be frank, that attack, if you're playing it on maximum security, you know, the hardest difficulty, you never block because it gets you killed half the time, because you take so much chip damage from blocking that it's not worth doing. So that becomes a useless upgrade if you're playing on a harder difficulty. So generally, mostly all you really do is dodge, dodge, attack, 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 dodge, dodge, attack, 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 dodge, dodge. And then it's just like, okay, well, what about the guns? Well, the guns are supplementary. They really wanted you to focus on the melee combat, so the guns are, not only are they kind of uninspired, they're basically just very basic guns. I mean, it's cool that they're 3D printed and you can switch them out and stuff, but that's really all they are. They're not, like, unique and interesting. But that's fine, you know. If you had like a god tier melee system, I don't think anyone would have given a shit. But on top of that, with the super limited inventory system, you don't want to be carrying around all the ammo for different guns. So in general, you're best only using the two guns that are mandatory. And on top of that, the two mandatory guns are also the best guns in the game. The hand cannon, which is what got me thinking about this in the first place, because you're talking about guns that are hard to replace because they're so good. The regular hand cannon it's not overly strong, but like the only other pistol formations in the game are a shotgun pistol called the skunk gun, which is nowhere near as good as the riot gun. Like, it's okay, but it's fine. It's nothing special though, and again, you don't really want to be carrying around the ammo for it. And then there's the tactical pistol, which is just a shittier, weaker pistol. It just shoots faster, but it makes no sense to use. Like, I don't even know why they put it in the game. And then for the riot gun, you can just turn it into an assault rifle instead, which, at least the assault rifle's alright, but I wouldn't say it's particularly worth using either. What is your deal, dude? Okay. Oh, he's one of those buffed guys. I think he fucking sniped at me just now, too. But yeah, so the guns aren't really much, and you can weave their quick shots into melee combos, but it doesn't really add much to the actual melee combat of the game. And again, on harder difficulties, why is that here? On what? On harder difficulties, you know, they're not really, the quick shots don't really do much, so it's just a thing you can do, I guess. And then lastly, you got the grip gauntlet, which is like OP busted strong, and it's great in that you know how have a telekinesis module like from Dead Space, except it can pick up enemies. Oh my god, is my aim so bad right now? I have no idea why those were just like floating in the air there. That was weird. But yeah, you just got the grip gauntlet is super strong. You can pick up enemies, which is something you couldn't do in Dead Space, like any of the series. Although the telekinesis module, the TK module in Dead Space is fucking sick. Like, make no mistake. Because you can pick up all kinds of objects and throw them, and it's cool. Or just pull stuff to you, which is nice too, for like items. You can also do that in Callisto, but it also kind of is like, it doesn't work very well, so it's just yet another thing that doesn't seem to work properly. But the fact that you can pick up enemies and throw them, I'm just like, hey, sick, that's a great feature. I'm glad that that exists. The problem is, it's not super well balanced because, generally speaking, you know, you're going to use it in such a way to throw enemies at spike walls, or other hazards, right, to instantly kill them. And, you know, that's not a big deal. I don't think that that's a negative. But what is kind of a negative is the fact that you're always wanting to do that, not because it's just super fun or super strong. I mean, it is both of those things, I guess, or at least can be. But the reason you're going to do it all the time is because the rest of the combat in the game is so tedious that you're always looking for opportunities to use the grip glove just so you can skip combat as much as possible. That highlights one of the biggest fucking problems with your game. If the core gameplay element of your game is boring and just feels like a chore to do, and you know your players are looking for any way to use the grip gauntlet to make it go faster, you've fundamentally failed at the primary thing your game is based on. And even with that said, I still found things to enjoy about that game, and that's why I was so disappointed in it, because I was just like, I actually liked parts of this game, but man, it really feels like the devs just gave up halfway through. And the DLC all but confirms that, because I don't want to spoil things for y'all, but I don't think there's ever going to be a sequel, especially with the way the DLC ended, unless they change a lot of things. I mean, even the ending of the game, the base game, kind of probably implies the likelihood of things just having to be pretty different anyways. Get fucked, Shroud Clone. Man, I missed you guys, you bow dudes. But I don't know, like there's just something about like the fact that the ending is the way it is. Like it just, man, I'm so bad at this. Their movements, like they're steady, but like, I don't know, it's just hard to hit them when they're like moving sideways for some reason. I just can't ever seem to judge it properly. At least not when I'm using the scope. Like I'm actually better shooting like this. Probably because the hitbox is more generous, if I had to guess. Like, I'm not that good at aiming with the controller, so... The ending makes sense, but it's like, why even have the DLC? Yeah, because effectively, I'm gonna get into some spoilers here, so maybe tune out, because I don't know how to talk about this without spoiling the story. Specifically for the DLC, I'm not even really going to talk that much about the base game itself, but this will obviously be a bit of a spoiler for the base game, you know, clearly. I forgot these guys existed. Go get him, boy. It's time that you get to have some fun. Yeah, so at the end of the game, hey Ari, how's it going? At the end of Callisto Protocol, again, spoilers if you care. You know, you come to find out that Jacob, the main character, is partially guilty for some of the, you know, catastrophic events that happened on another planet, where basically the entire, you know, an entire colony of people got wiped out, and it, or maybe more than, I don't remember exactly how many people, and it's why one of the other characters, Danny, is, you know, has been trying to track you down, and I think I got like a, you know, so Fish Milady. I don't know if I have that one. I do have, I personally have the Gun Destiny one, but if you're not subscribed to her, you won't be able to use that. I can add that though, Ari. I definitely have like the regular Milady, but just remind me later and I'll add it, because I definitely should have it. Here, I tell you what. We'll take care of that shit right now. Nothing is more important than Fish Milady. Alright, switch to my emotes. Fish ML. Why is it taking so long to search? I like that the Peepo search wheel becomes slower. There we go. When it's taking a while. There you go. My fish loved. Okay, so Callisto Protocol, the end of the game, Jacob is, I mean, it's not really his fault, like everything that's happened, but like he kind of looked the other way when he realized his cargo in his ship in a previous haul to that planet actually had what ended up being the reason why that colony became like infected and everyone died. He's not the one who masterminded it or anything. It's not like, you know, he played a direct role specifically. He just was a cargo pilot kind of looking the other way to get a little extra cash, and this is the result. So he's not really a bad guy, but like he harbors guilt over what he did. So at the end of the game, he's just like, I'm going to sacrifice myself because there's only one escape pod left in the prison where we are after you've defeated the last boss and everything. And he's just like, okay, I'm going to use my core link thingy, the little core device in the back of your neck, to link up with Danny's, who's in the prison with you. You save her by putting her into the escape pod, linking your core so she has all the evidence of what you did and the warden and everyone, you know, all the experiments happening at the prison, so that she can hopefully expose the people behind it. And the prison is crumbling behind you, and the horde is chasing after you, so it seems pretty unlikely that Jacob is going to survive this. He is resigned to his fate, but he'll go out fighting. And, you know, he gets to kind of atone for his mistakes, right? So the ending would seem pretty like, it would be pretty easy to say like, okay, Jacob's probably not going to survive this. You know, he's stuck on a soon to be destroyed prison. There's no way he's getting out of this shit. He's just going to get torn to pieces by biophage enemies or crushed to death by the collapsing prison. Is there a room we can get to from the roof that we couldn't get to elsewhere? Or is this just... See, if that were me, I would have definitely put some little secret like that in there, but... doesn't seem like that's the case. Anyway, so that's how the game basically wraps up, but like the little stinger at the end is you see Jacob has supposedly survived, at least momentarily, as the station is still crumbling, the onslaught of the oncoming horde that was coming after him. And then suddenly this one doctor character, who was like sort of a minor character throughout the game, sends you like a holographic message to be like, come find me. I think I may have a way for us to get off this place before it collapses. And then suddenly like a little, oh my god, I'm so bad at that. A little Dead Space style twist, jump scare occurs where you see Ferris, who was one of the antagonists of the game, he's like the guard captain and also the final boss of the game. His face suddenly appears and roars at you, and then it cuts to the credits. Right now, the thing of it is that when you see his face, he's sort of reverted back to like one form previous, because when you fight him as a final boss, he's like super mutated. So the fact that he shows up here looking that way doesn't seem real, because not only did you kill him, but he shouldn't look like that anymore. So I think a lot of players' assumptions when the game ended was just, this is probably just like a hallucination, or it's, similar like how Dead Space 1 ended, because you see the undead necromorph Nicole or whatever do a jump scare at Isaac, but Nicole has no way of being on that little shuttle ship that you're on, and she should obviously not really look so humanoid anymore, so it's probably a jump scare, a hallucination jump scare, right? They pretty much confirmed that in the sequel, that Isaac is just having hallucinations because the marker has affected him. It's driving him insane. So, it would make sense to kind of assume something similar of Callisto's ending. And then they're just like, okay, well, we're going to kind of like have a DLC that continues the story from here to wrap things up. And it's like, all right. So that happens, and then it immediately shifts to Jacob is in a different part of the prison, and he's talking to Mahler on like his comms or whatever, and she just guides you through like, you have to get off the station, but in the meantime you need to collect all these little log devices as evidence for her to, she wants to expose the warden and the other like sort of pseudo Illuminati people who are behind everything. So that's kind of your mission throughout the whole DLC. So cut to the ending, or on your way to the ending, you start having a lot of hallucinations, and you were having hallucinations during the thing anyway, so it's not like they're completely out of place like during the main game. But for anyone paying attention, you should be able to like pretty easily discern that this is probably not real, like what's going on. It's easy to just come to the conclusion that this is probably happening in Jacob's head, which is confirmed at the end. This is all happening in Jacob's head. And in fact, he's not dead or anything, but he may as well be. So presumably he probably defeated the horde. I mean, people have different theories exactly what happened, but the horde that was chasing after him after helping Danny escape. Okay. Yeah. Oh god, I'm being shot from everywhere. Go get him, puppy. Where are these fucking rat boys?
Damn, all out.
My dog is just going to town. All right. Yeah, so you come to find out. Did I hear something else just now? Was it just the crystal coming to... Okay. We don't have to use this right now. I feel like respawning everything, although we are a little low on rifle ammo. That's okay. Do I need to open? Yeah, I need to open this gate. I mean, I don't have to, but as well. So yeah, he probably defeated the Horde, and then the whole little jump scare with Ferris I don't think happened. I think he's dead. That's just all happening in his head. So you're already technically hallucinating by the end of the game, or, you know, that's happening in your head, I should say. You're imagining that part. And so what either happened to Jacob is that the Horde tore him apart and somehow left him slightly alive. I'm guessing that's probably not what happened. He probably defeated the handful of them that were chasing after them. But then in the ensuing crumbling of the station around him, he probably got mostly crushed. Either way, his even like pseudo survival seems a little bit of a stretch, but you know, he's only survived in the sense that he's now basically a torso and a head, barely alive, that the doctor is now keeping alive by having him hooked up to machines and just using his while he's still living, using his core device to basically upload her evidence through his core to the link that you still have with Danny. Oh, whoops. The hell is this? Is there a radio, I guess? I can't really see very well. It's very dark in here. So yeah, like, all of the logs that you're going to collect as part of, like, the mission that you're on during the DLC is really just you experiencing the data that she's uploading through your head, basically. So the only thing you could really suggest that Jacob is doing, that's if it made any sort of a difference, is just that, you know, he maybe needed to keep himself alive long enough for her to upload her evidence. So maybe everything you're going through in the DLC isn't completely useless if you look at it that way. But otherwise, all the stuff that you're doing is happening in your mind, so you're not really doing anything. It's just shit that's happening in your head while you're slowly dying and being, like, artificially kept alive so that the doctor can upload evidence to Danny remotely while the prison is collapsing, and then the game just ends with the prison collapsing. So, you know, you're 100% dead. So it just kind of feels like it's like a weird choice to end it this way, because you could have left Jacob's death ambiguous, whether you had a sequel or not, and just let everyone assume, yeah, he probably died and he died fighting, whatever, it's fine. Reducing it to this, like, to him just being like a fucking, you know, barely alive torso that's completely out of it, like he has no idea of what's reality anymore. He's just being artificially kept around, and there's just some segments of his brain are still active, and that's, you know, he's retreated into his dreams effectively, and that's what he's experiencing. Just as like one final little, like, hurrah, we've sent even more evidence to help expose these bastards. I don't think I have a key for this. We can try this. I don't think it's gonna do anything. Nope. Okay. We need to find a key. But yeah, I mean, it just seems to me like, I don't know if they always planned on the ending being that way, but it's disappointing because, so the character that you played is obviously just 100% dead. So they could, if they wanted to make a sequel, just be like, well, we could have you play as Danny or some other character maybe. And to be like, sure, that's fine. But the way that they ended it, with kind of like everyone else just dying, specifically to do a DLC and just kind of tacking it on there as like a, oh look, Danny has even more evidence that she maybe didn't even really need to expose these people. And but yeah, you know, Jacob's definitely dead, guys. He's 100% dead. He's not coming back from this. Just feels a little bit like the developers had no real faith in anything continuing from that point. Which, in a way, okay, I was trying to summon the boy here. Hold up. I need to quickly. This one gets rid of? Yeah, okay. We need to re-equip that. It felt very much like a, we're throwing in the towel. People didn't really like our game, so here's like a final fuck you, the main character's dead, we're not doing this anymore. And I don't think that most people who just felt like meh about the game or anything like that are gonna give a shit. Some people are also just gonna be like, I don't know, I guess it's fitting that he died and stuff. It seems weird that they'd like highlight the fact that, like, that he's died in this way though. But then for folks like myself who found some enjoyment out of the game, who wouldn't have minded seeing just like potentially just giving them another chance so that they could maybe make a better game as a sequel. It's just disappointing, like, plain and simple. Like, there's nothing else to really say about it. It's just a, well, that's the game, and we don't give a shit anymore. I guess. I don't know. That's just kind of the way that it makes me feel about it with that sort of ending. You don't have faith in your character, so you don't really want to try to find any sort of way to bail him out of that situation. Granted, the way you set it up, like, it's not likely that he would have survived that, clearly, but, I don't know. But at that point, again, it's just like, why not just let us play as, like, Danny during some DLC or something, instead of just, you know, making us watch this dude's, like, terrible demise, you know? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Maybe other people will feel differently about that, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. It put, like, the feeling I had from it was just like, well, I guess that's it for Callisto. What a fucking disappointment, you know? Made sense, but why did I even bother then? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, and, you know, I guess I'm thinking of it in terms outside of the game, like, and maybe that's not the most fair, but I'm thinking of it in terms that include, like, you know, a possible sequel, and as well as just game design in general, and not specifically just the ending of the story. If you're just thinking about the ending of the story and also you don't care too much about the game, then maybe, you know, it just seems totally fine to you. But yeah, like, the thing is, Callisto Protocol does have legitimate fans of the game. I wouldn't call myself a fan at all. I thought the game was okay. But there was enough parts that I liked about it to be like, you know, there's a lot of potential here. If you guys just polished it, like, a bit better and, like, reworked your mechanics, you could bring this back in a sequel. You probably won't, because I don't know that, you know, you would ever really be able to justify making a sequel to something that was not well received. But if you did, and you just, you know, really didn't, or like you actually put a little bit better thought into how these mechanics should work, how, like, the gameplay ought to be, you'd probably have, like, a good game on your hands. Lots of boys. Maybe I'll go back to Resident Evil instead of that game. That would be my recommendation. I can't recommend Callisto Protocol at all, unfortunately, which is sad to say, you know. Maybe it's just a part of me, you know, is because, like, I was so hyped for that game for quite a while. Because I remember when it was, like, first announced, like, a long time ago, like with just like some, like they were showing off some of the early cutscene stuff that they wanted to kind of like convey that they were making the game, and it was just concept stuff. It's not stuff that ended up in the final game. But I was just like, wait a minute, this is being made by the people who made Dead Space, you know, some of the original Visceral devs that got kind of like, you know, that got fucked over by EA. And, you know, we love Dead Space, so, you know, maybe this will be a good game. Maybe it'll be like a nice follow-up, because, like, obviously Dead Space 1 was a great game. Dead Space 2 was also a great game. Some would say even potentially better than the original, because of the way they handle a number of things. And then Dead Space 3, maybe not the best sequel, but still a pretty good game overall. I mean, obviously EA was really kind of digging the hooks in by then, so it's hard to say exactly what was just EA's meddling and what was, you know, potentially Visceral just kind of getting shit wrong. Anything microtransaction-y and forced online shit you can pretty much expect was more than likely EA. But I'm not sure if EA was behind the idea that they really wanted to just have co-op be like front and center. That might have been Visceral themselves. Hard to say. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's just a weird feeling, I guess, because like I had so much I have so many notes about how that game could be so much better with just simple changes. Maybe not so simple. Some of it would require some hefty redesign, but like conceptually simple. Like, let's just take the biggest flaw of the game, or what is probably the biggest flaw of the game, the combat. The thing that the game is largely based around that, you know, is unfortunately really tedious and boring most of the time. You could have made that so much better with a couple of just small additions. Depending on which way you wanted to go with it. Like, you get a baton, which replaces like the pry bar that you start the game with, or like early, that you get very quickly anyway. And you got a shiv. If you don't want to add more stuff, you could like weaponry or whatever, you could at the very least employ a mechanic for skillful play so that you can use the shiv like a riposte mechanic. And I'm not saying add parries to the game, but there's already a function in the game that exists for perfect dodges, but doing perfect dodges don't really reward you much. Like, maybe your follow-up like attack or shot maybe does a little bit more damage or something. All I remember is that whenever you perfect dodge, you get like a little bit of slow-mo, and not much really happens that feels like anything, especially in the harder difficulties. What you could have done was made it so that if you do perfect dodges, because they can be difficult to do, is allow for like a special shiv attack or something as a follow-up, much like you would have as like a parry riposte situation. And it doesn't have to be like a finisher, but just make it do like the damage of like a full combo in one hit or something. That's one thing you can do right there that would not only reward skillful play, but engage skillful players in the combat, because it helps speed up some of the tedious combat by allowing punishing powerful hits, and requires skillful gameplay to do. That's one way you can easily fix part of the game. The other way is that you just add more melee weapons. Don't make the game focused on melee combat and then only give us one weapon that basically just does a 3-hit combo and that's the whole game. Like, again, I know that there's other things you can do with the weapon, but none of them really do much, especially when you're playing on maximum security. So there's not really much there to it. It's just, I'm swinging a bat, basically, you know? Give the man a fucking heavy chainsaw or something. You add that as like, you know, you got your baton as your regular weapon for most situations, and then for certain things, you know, you got your heavy damage weapon. It's slow, but it fucking kicks the shit out of stuff. Whatever, I don't care. Give him 2 other weapons, one that's fast, one that's slow. It doesn't really matter what they are. But just, if you do that and then you have different enemies having like a little bit, you know, they're just better to use situationally, then suddenly your melee combat has variety to it and it doesn't feel tedious anymore. You know, just all the shit that you would normally put into a game that they just were like, nah, I think just one weapon is enough, right? Like, just one weapon where you go like hiya, hiya, hiya 3 times, and then, you know, that seems like enough gameplay to me, right? It's just so fucking flabbergasting that's what came out of like seasoned video game developers was, we're just gonna polish one thing, and that's the game. All right. Sorry, I gotta spend these points. I'm just like not paying attention at all. What do I want? Do we want just extra damage? I've been leveling damage this whole time. I know people keep saying like, oh, you could get the blessings and stuff, you know, but like, again, if I just avoid getting hit, do I need protection? You know, the usual Souls philosophy. Swiftness seems good. More range damage seems really good. Invoker is also probably really good. Let's just start leveling Mind's Eye. Fuck it, we ball with damage, as always. Which has always seemed counterintuitive to my name, but it's just how I always do things. I want more damage. Go get him, buddy. Anyway. Apologies for the very long-winded rant about Callisto Protocol, a completely different game that has nothing to do with this game. Hey, buddy. You want up? Alright. But yeah, I don't know. It's just something I've been thinking about lately. Because the DLC came out, I guess. And those Shroud enemies are really nothing special after you get a little ways into the game. Remember them feeling like a legitimate threat when all I had was a coach gun and a pistol. A well-leveled sniper just kicks the shit out of them. Alchemist Jewel. I wasn't even making headshots. Increases armor effectiveness by 50%, but also increases armor encumbrance by 25%. Interesting. Make your armor even better and heavier. It deserves rants, yeah. I mean, I certainly feel that way. I just don't know if it made sense for me to be ranting about it in the middle of this game is all I mean, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I'll ever get the chance to like make a video about it, so sometimes I just feel like expressing my thoughts in the middle of a stream. I'm sure I said a bunch of similar shit when I played Callisto originally. I don't know if I had too many ideas about how they could have like fixed the combat in general, but like I feel like the grip gauntlet, you know, it's really good, and I don't think it really needs much changing aside from the fact that like it's just one of the many mechanics in the game that doesn't work as well as it should. Like it's a little buggy. But moreover, if you wanted to balance that better, like you could just still make it so that you just can't use it all the damn time. but it won't really feel like you'll need it all that much if in the game, you know, the melee combat is just fun to do, then you'll only use it sparingly. Most specifically when enemies are just, you know, piling up on you. Because that's pretty much how it is in Dead Space. Like, you can use the TK module, but, like, particularly in the first game, it's not overly useful in combat. In the later games, it's really useful in combat, and it's good to weave into your combat, but generally speaking, your guns are fun enough to use that you don't really feel the need to do it all the damn time. I guess we can just move on, because the only thing we didn't get here is there's, like, a door in the basement of that one house, but it's next to where that checkpoint is anyways. We probably also want to go back to the ward and talk to the commander, so we'll do that after we go in here. Maybe we were supposed to do that earlier, but I was just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna keep going. Bo can catch up later. Is there no checkpoint? Ward Prime. Guess we'll just keep going. Oh, there it is. It's just down further. There's so many things you could throw at enemies in Dead Space 2, not just useless boxes. Yeah. I mean, there were explosives in Dead Space 1, and a couple of other things that kind of would be useful to throw on occasion, but generally speaking, it was a lot of useless boxes. Oh. Are you hostile or not? Kinda don't seem like you are, but let me just go ahead and let's head on back here. It's a little bit of ill timing, but I'm probably going to actually call it anyways after we talk to everyone, because, like I said, I don't want to get, like, a bad headache here. I got to do a couple of things. I got to take the dog out anyways, because I don't think my roommate's going to be back for a while.
Hey, you made it. Welcome back.
Welcome back, traveler.
Oh, Commander.
What?
Please, Bo, I keep telling you, Ellen is the commander now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Founder. Sir.
Just call me Andrew.
Yes, sir. I'll go check on the gates.
Odd kid. Bo told me you found Ward Prime. I'm glad to hear my intel was still good. Been a while since I thought about that place. You know, I never properly thanked you for what you did for me on Yesha.
What'd I do? I mean, I got you out of the cell, I guess, but...
I mean, helping me find myself.
Did I do that? I mean, I remember, like, telling you it was dumb that you were there, but...
Forgot how to fight. Why to fight. But seeing you gave me hope again. Reminded me the root could still be resisted.
Glad I could help, I guess.
So, thank you.
Stopping him
Anyway,
from moping in his cell
what
forever.
can I do
Yeah, I
for
guess so, but he seemed like he was pretty dead set on moping when I left, so I guess somewhere after I left he changed his mind. Nice silent cough. Alright, how's the ward?
It's different. I was gone 30-some-odd years. Some folks lived and died their whole lives in that time. Ain't easy getting to know people. Most of them think I'm either a legend or a ghost. Hell, maybe they're both right. But Ellen's done good work here. She's kept folks alive and given them hope. Just like her mother did before her.
Reminding him that Sadorissi isn't as good as good old American freedom. I mean, I don't know. I think Navun probably would have been fine with him. I don't know if she's the reason he was imprisoned. I don't think so.
Ellen? Well, she's talking to me, that's something. I assured her she's still in charge here. I just want to help however I can.
Why doesn't he
But the
mention his
others
plant
don't
life? I don't
always
know.
see it that way. To them, I'm still Founder Ford, the hero. But to Ellen, I'm the grandfather that was never there for her, not even when her mother died. It's a lot to work through. But we'll get there. Provided the root don't kill us all first. Safe travels.
All right. Let's see. Everyone basically around in the same place.
Greetings, friend. What can I do you for? Only the best.
All right, nothing else new.
Keep your head up. How can all right. Any safest of travel.
I might have to talk to him again at some point because I feel like I
Needing
did
any
talk to him
scrounge?
about his story, but they aren't grayed out. So I did the same with the blacksmith upgrade guy, Riggs, that's his name. But similarly, like all of his options are still available for some reason. Don't sell any hardened iron right now, huh?
Later.
The portent returns. Have you anything of the root for me? Ask. I have lost much since the war began.
Yeah, what is the keeper of the labyrinth anyway?
A gatekeeper, a protector, one and the same.
Yeah, I don't know why he
The
doesn't
root
mention her.
stakes a
Maybe
claim that must not be.
maybe the root mother isn't
The
really
keeper
too
alone
much his
stems
wife
the flood.
anymore, so he's not really sure about how to
wrong?
really interact with her because she is mostly a body inhabited by whatever the root mother currently is. Keeper of God.
What makes a god? Power is relative. Worship, fickle. Creation is common, precious. You can believe the Keeper trades no stock in godhood, bound only by timeless duty.
Human ones.
Dreams only, faded,
You know she was.
tattered. The founder, Andrew, and I were together before the root. Now the memory wanes. I bear its burden no
So,
longer.
like, clearly she kind of remembers somewhat of who she used to be, but it's kind of not exactly who she is anymore. So, yeah, I don't know. It's weird that he doesn't mention her, at least, in the... like, hey, how's life been since you've been back? Well, you know, my former wife... I mean, technically we're still married. My wife is now inhabited by the root, and she's not really herself anymore, and it's kind of awkward at family dinners, you know?
Cessation, the harbinger of silence. The root seeks serenity. Among ashes, either they fail, or we will.
So why did you join the root? I mean,
A
we kind of know all
choice
this
I
already,
made
but sure.
Long ago, I thought it would turn the tide, but tides cannot be turned by thought alone. Desperation made me, child. It will make you as well.
Tides can't be turned,
Very well.
only tables.
I have lost much.
Hey, Alexandria, how's it
I
going?
can offer this.
Hope you're doing well.
To fare at
Okay.
all.
Still
is
not going to
well,
upgrade my
child.
heals just yet. At least not until maybe we find some more simulacrums. I'd like to upgrade at least one gun fully. Maybe it'll be the repeater pistol. Maybe not. I don't think it's overly necessary that we do full upgrades for everything, but... Wait, do I have anything else for
I'm
you?
not in the mood for chat.
I don't care what you're in the mood for, old lady. I don't got shit for you anyways.
Good to... Ah.
Alright, we should be able to do 3 more upgrades here. Plus 17s now. Insane Hoarder, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. And then this requires galvanized, this requires hardened at this point. Let's get this to 15 and this to 15. We'll hold off on upgrading them any further. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. Okay, no, we're good. You don't have anything else new, I assume, to craft. Okay,
Take care,
all
my
good.
friend.
Well,
Hey, no trouble in the ward, got it?
where that you'd say that to me now.
Oh, traveler. You've done
I guess I
right by
forgot
Ward
that
13
Bo
so
was
far.
here the whole time.
Commander Ford still
I thought he
wants
was
me
like a
to keep
new
an eye
character
on
we
you.
hadn't seen before, like he was
At
just
least for a
some
bit. I know you've been
faceless
helping us.
dude, but
We gotta be careful, now more than ever.
who are you? We've never met before. You can't tell me what to do.
I'm Lieutenant Ward. Commander Ford put me in charge of security. Not all enemies are root, you know. We gotta protect our own. You're only allowed in the main chamber and the armory, got it? No wandering around the restricted areas.
Whatever you say.
You show you're not grifting us. Maybe
I guess
Ford
we
will
just
let you
never
join
really
Ward
talked to
13.
him, so his dialogue's
Official.
it's back a little bit.
A place like this doesn't run without rules. Commander Ford runs a tight ship here. It's how we've lasted so long against the root.
That's good enough for now. I'm pretty sure he doesn't sell
restricted
anything.
areas.
No restricted area, but buddy, I've been all through the restricted areas
trouble in
and
the ward,
everything.
got it?
There's nothing. There is no surprises left for us in this place, or at least probably not. Doing all right, and had to do a phone call with an assistance organization to see if they can help me with my finances, but my doctor's appointment went really well, and I have the medicines I've needed for years that I couldn't get before now, so I'm excited about that. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. Buddy, I am the restricted area.
Hello again, friend. Glad to see you back.
Do you really still say... Why do you say nothing ever? Your grandfather is, like, here and shit, and you're still just like... What's up, dude? Nothing at all. The people in this place, man, they just don't fucking talk. Not to me, not about each other. That's what I think about your crates. Alright. Well... Yeah, I don't want to just run off, but like I said, I can feel a little bit of a headache coming on, so I'm going to just do the responsible thing here. Apologies to Alexandria, because I know you just got here, but I'm going to go ahead and call it a day, I think. Just take it a little easy so I don't get headachy here. We are planning, I believe, on doing Elden Ring in the morning tomorrow, by the way, for y'all who want to watch. We were going to do it today, but Charlie had some stuff going on that she ended up feeling kind of drained afterwards, so we just decided to postpone until tomorrow. And possibly more for the rest of the week. I'm not entirely sure on what days, but might be every day. I don't know. But yeah, so if you're interested in that, I normally start around 10 a.m. for streams like this, but I start at 6 a.m. That's Central Standard Time, US. For Elden Ring, because that translates to, like, 9 p.m. Her time in Australia. So yeah, that's where we're at with that. Sorry, I clicked out of the game, so I know it's like super silent right at the second. There is like nobody on. All right, whatever. No big deal. We'll go ahead and end it there. But I am definitely going to do more Remnant. I do want to do the rest of the DLC. Maybe we'll do like some adventure and survival mode on stream for the hell of it. And yeah, I am looking forward to Remnant 2. You know, probably with co-op if I find people who really want to play Remnant 2 with me. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, y'all, thanks again for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very, very much, as always. Take care of yourselves. And we will be back with more of this pretty soon. But yeah, have a great rest of your day/night. I will see you on the next one. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. See ya.